hello. Hello to Devlin, who is in here. Let's go to this one. We'll bring Devlin in. Hi.
Hello.
So this now. Woohoo. That
Huzzah.
Huzzah.
That was the whole thing. Oh my goodness.
That was a whole thing. A little annoying. I was playing with the banners and I did not see that overlay. So I feel like a dummy. But that's
Never
okay.
feel like a dummy. There are so many turning gears in this thing. It's just wild. But here we are. We are live. And here it goes. We're full throttle. Seize&Deliver is live. If you're not already tuning in, I guess you are because you already see us. Natalie, so good to be here for everyone. My name is Devlin Wilder. I'm a talent exec with Hourglass 24, who is assisting to launch this campaign. And we are so happy to be doing so. Natalie, you have worked so hard and long on this project. I worked on it several years ago. I'm very proud to play an Ubis. Is that how you say it? Ubis? I want to make sure and get that right. Otherwise, I'll get all the letters from the Star Wars fans coming after me, and nobody wants that. Nobody wants it. So I'm super excited to be a part of this project. You've put so much passion, literal blood, sweat, tears, and so much makeup.
So much makeup.
I know
that later.
You are, sure. Yeah, you're going to have the special effects, the makeup artists come on later,
yes,
right?
That's going to be late, toward the end of our live stream. And then right now I've got Jessica waiting to come in and she's amazing. So let me switch this. I'm going to switch this to this view. We're going to there we go. And there's Nea Dune. So I'm pop you off for a second, Devlin, just on the view. Hopefully it's working. I'm getting some messages from people saying that they can't see the live event. They don't see it live on Facebook.
Okay, let me.
If you could look at that, and I'll jump in talking with these two lovely ladies.
Absolutely. Go for it. Hi, Jessica. Welcome.
Hi.
Nea, welcome.
Woohoo. Sweet. Okay, I'm going to hide you, Devlin. Hold on. Ooh, look at me being fancy and doing all the things. All right. Well, hello. Hi, ladies.
Hello.
Welcome. We spent our whole opening half hour just getting rid of some kind of overlay that was crazy. So, yay, we love technology, right? It happens. So this portion has been. I'm using a Yeti microphone, which I'm not used to using, so I don't have to talk as loud as I am. I'm loud in my own ear, so I'm sorry if I'm blasting anybody. So this portion, thank you, is for talking about women in film. Hold on. Let me see if I do this. Oh, so cool. I prepped slides, sort of. I do have some stuff from, I pulled as much BTS as we could find. There was an old website that had a gallery of every single photo we took ever at any time. And yeah, it was a lot. And at some point, I must have gotten overwhelmed or something, but I decided to make a more streamlined website that was easier to process. And I don't know where that other one went. I thought I saved it. It's okay. So we want to talk about women in film, and I'm really excited to have both of you on because the three of us are multi-talented, multi-passionate artists. We're all three actors, but we also do other things. Jessica is a writer, and she's wonderful. And Nea also does makeup.
Oh,
so cool. I want to open just with I don't know how to change. Well, that's fine. I wish I could make all three of us the same size. That's okay. So, wishful thinking. So, Nea and Jessica, I would like to hear from you first. Whoever wants to go first. First of all, what got you into acting? And then what got you into your other interests in film?
Jessica?
Okay. Geez, God, that's kind of a loaded question.
So much.
I've been acting as long as I've been alive, as long as I can remember. Like, it's something I've always been passionate about. I think I was born a storyteller, and when you're a kid, the easiest way to tell a story is just to put on a play or put on a character or do a funny voice. And so, so when I was a kid, I was the oldest of 4 kids. So I would organize my little acting troupe of my brothers and my sister and perform plays in our living room and sell tickets to my dad. Who was always so and I've been acting since I was a kid, professionally, since I was in my late teens. And it's funny because I really focused on acting for a long time, while doing writing on the side, just as a hobby, just because I liked it, because it was fun, because my best friend was a writer and we would form writing groups. And then, I just kind of really felt disempowered as a performer, sort of just like waiting on everybody else to kind of cast me in something or give me permission to do something, and I felt really, really stuck. And so much so that after 16 years, I left LA. I actually left the country. And then
where did you go?
I went to Istanbul.
Yeah.
And I lived there for almost 6 months. Nice. That was not the answer, but it was interesting. And then I came back to the U.S. and did the David Lynch MFA in screenwriting. So I did that, and that wasn't really I didn't feel. Well, also, I graduated during the pandemic, so that was kind of like a whole nightmare. And then I decided to continue my education, and I'm currently a 3rd-year PhD student in mythology at Pacifica in Santa Barbara. And so my journey is really about getting to the heart of storytelling and what it is that makes that unites all of us in this human incarnation. And in my current work now in mythology, these stories, we tell the same stories over and over again, across cultures, across the world, across time. The same stories repeat and repeat and repeat. And I don't know, I think that, like, especially in times like now where, things seem pretty bad in the world, I think that it's more important than ever, to keep us united in our stories and our mythologies, in our, what makes us human.
For sure. Oh, I love that. I love that. I did not know we had that in common, because I 100% press ganged all of my cousins and brother and sister and friends and whoever I could grab to doing backyard plays when I was a kid. Like 100%.
Yep.
Love it. So Nea, let's jump to you. And I meant to say this at the beginning. We're actually all joining from different places. I don't know where Jessica is, because
I'm in LA. I'm actually
in LA. Okay, every time
LA.
Somewhere else. I'm in Scottsdale right now. Nea is in Romania?
Croatia.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I'm 9 hours ahead of everybody. Yeah.
Jealous. Okay, so you go. So tell us about kind of your journey as an actor, getting into makeup, anything else. I'm sure you've done more stuff that I don't even know about.
Yeah. Well, actually, for me, it was all very spontaneous. and my journey into acting started through modeling. It happened in 2009 when a good friend of mine who used to bring all my designs, I used to draw all the clothing I wanted and bring her and like, can you make this for me? And she just asked me, you want to do a fashion show? You want to do the catwalk? I started with that. But since I'm from Croatia, we don't really have a strong market for film, besides a couple of, Croatian TV shows in Croatian, which are very specific style, or just war movies that was kind of it. So I stuck it out with commercials and music videos. And then I got into acting school in English, the only one I could find in Croatia, which was really amazing. And my teacher was female. Yes. So after that, I went to America. LA was, of course, my main stop. I went to New York as well, but LA was kind of my main hub. Then I got my extraordinary abilities alien visa. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what you got to get to legally work in the US as an actor or performer, model, anything creative. And then now I have a green card, which I earned not by marrying someone, but actually with my acting resume and all the other endeavors. But when it comes to even entering this whole world, I was always a creative. I'm neurodivergent, and I've been a polymath since I can remember. I was always doing a million things at the same time, being very creative, and I wanted to express myself in a specific way that was not always understood by the surrounding. So this is kind of where this all came together. And then when I moved to the US, I booked my first speaking role immediately. Then I did a lot of random projects, TV shows, movies, and I was like, oh yeah, I like this. This is where I'm supposed to be. So it was just a random, unexpected journey from, just like Jessica, from a PhD career into this, which is, I think, very compatible. It all works together so well, art and science. So here we are. And makeup, I've been a professional ballroom dancer since I was 13 years old. And I always was asked by other dancers, oh, can you do my makeup? So I was just doing that. And throughout the years, I was like, okay, this is something I'm good at as well. So I was doing it on the side. And then I got a certification in makeup. And now whenever I'm not in front of the camera on set, I'm behind, making other people either super ugly or super beautiful or just everyday or whatever I need to do. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Hold on. Myself. Okay, I muted myself. Sorry. Because I was playing around. I was getting notices from people saying that they weren't able to get on, and then there was something else I was supposed to click on Facebook. So I think we should be all good now everywhere. Okay, so that's exciting. Yeah. So hopefully, gosh, so many things.
I know.
So hopefully we can have people like if they comment, we should be able to see them coming up, or I should be able to see them coming up over here on the side. So if you're watching, please comment. We would love for you to comment, and that would just be lovely. So I'm going to switch us to this view because I made some other questions for us. Ooh, okay. So next question, what do you like about science fiction?
Ooh,
everything.
Everything, yes. I agree.
I didn't come up with answers for these myself, so
it's funny because I feel like science fiction is it's dreaming, it's creativity, it's prophecy, it's thinking about what could be instead of just what is. And I mean, that turns me on.
I like to say that science fiction is today's dream of tomorrow's future. Although I think we're getting a bit closer than that. Like it's happening so fast.
Yeah. And, and it's both our hopes and our fears, it's like, I think it's kind of, it seems like it's a very outward kind of an expression, but I think more so it's actually an inward exploration of what's down deep in there, and what could that look like in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I mean, science fiction is just, if we look at every project ever that was made, it always draws from nature, from something that already exists, and then amplifies it to this level that we never know when it's going to actually come in real life. So I love it. I get to live, when I'm an actor, I get to live all these weird lives that I don't know if I'm ever going to live in real life. But also, people always are drawn to fantastical things, beings. It's just inside of us. So I think it's just tapping into what's already there. So
yeah. Oh, I like that. I do like the dream aspect of it. I always get the most inspired when I'm watching something that takes place in space or has to do with, well, the two movies that first came to my mind were by Christopher Nolan. So Christopher Nolan really inspires me just in general. Like Interstellar is like one of my favorite movies of all time because it's just so beautiful. And to get to see it on the big screen was amazing. And I got the ticket late, so I had to sit toward the front, which I normally don't do, but I'm so glad I did because it was that much more immersive.
So I have my own seat in the ArcLight. It's the very first row, center seat.
Wow.
And I always take that seat because, and I saw Interstellar in IMAX like 5 times, and I
oh my gosh.
Wow.
But so I went to see, I can't remember what movie it was I went to see, but it was like the middle of the afternoon. It was like 2 p.m. on a Tuesday at the ArcLight in Hollywood. And I go to get my regular seat, center. I think it's like 21 or 22A, which is the center seat. And there's like 5 people in the theater that are, there's 5 seats that are taken in the theater. One of them is my seat. And I'm like, who the fuck is in my fucking seat? What? Like, no one's ever in that seat. And especially, like there's 4 other people in the theater.
Yeah.
Get there. It's Christopher fucking Nolan.
Are you joking?
Shut up. Did you say hello? Did you tell him he was sitting in your seat?
Like,
no,
bro. Yeah. I would like, sir.
I did it. I was just like frozen.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, oh shit.
Wow.
All ready to give this person like a really good, mean stare for being in my seat. And I was like,
yeah, no kidding. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I would do. I have to put this up because we are crowdfunding to finish Seize&Deliver. And so that is where you can go to find out perks and find out how you can donate, what you can donate, and what level of perks we have. We have some really cool stuff coming up that's going to be on there. And hold on, somebody. Yes. Okay, cool. We have Miss Christina Markman watching. I'm so excited. So she's been texting me, letting me know how it's showing up. So you can go there to hourglass24/project/let's finish Seize and Deliver. You can find out perks. You can also make donations directly through that website. So woohoo, help us get it done. We've been working on it for a long time, but it's kind of,
think about it like Deadpool. Deadpool took what, 10 years to even get, considered.
So I do like remind myself of those things. Christopher Nolan's first movie that he ever made, I just learned this, speaking of Christopher Nolan, he made his first movie for no money while he was working other jobs with other people who were also working other jobs. And it took them like 5 years just to film it, because they would just, 1 week they would have a day off together and they would go do it. And then in a few more weeks, they'd have a day off together to do another scene. And they just got through it like that. So it's part of the process. Yes. It does not fulfill the part of, it doesn't even feel like instant gratification, but I want it to be done. And there's a sense of me that feels like this is not a failure. I can accept that we don't finish it. So it will get done. I would just like it to get done sooner than later.
It will get done. And I just want to say it, Natalie, like I am so like in awe of your dedication to this project. I think it's such a beautiful, beautiful thing. And it's, something that, especially in this time in Hollywood where we're, dealing with strikes and, what is this industry about? And what does it mean? And why are we all doing this to ourselves? I think it's just so important to highlight these projects that are not about making money, that are not about making somebody a celebrity, that aren't about anything other than just pure love for the project and the art of it. And getting back to the arts, I think, is the most important. It's so important. And I hope and I pray that those who have platforms in the industry will really step up and bring that to the forefront instead of letting, Wall Street run, this industry completely as a soulless business,
Exactly. Yeah. And that's exactly what happens when it becomes all about profit and just turning out something that's commercial versus something that serves humanity. Like whether you agree with what a project is saying or not saying, and there's some movies I go see where I'm like, oh, I did not need that movie to preach to me. I just wanted to go have fun. So we do have that too. But you will suck the soul out of the art if it's just about, and I don't mean that like it shouldn't make money, but every single person who's a part of the project should be able to earn a decent wage off of what they're doing.
Yes,
and should get
fairly, yes,
a piece of how successful it is, because they all contributed to the success of that project. And I'm editing myself because I don't want to say something I regret later being on a live stream, but.
I think it's just really important to kind of point out because, through the strike, I have been posting a lot on social media and connecting with kind of extended family in the Midwest who really know nothing about this world. And they're shocked at, they're like, I had no idea that anything worked like this. And it's, so there's, and also, I mean, God, we have the propaganda platform in Hollywood. Like we tell the message, we tell the story, and the story so far has been, that it's either, somebody's little side project that isn't very good and just, is, not, that you need a studio or you need money to make something that's commercially successful, that people will be interested in, that touches, that reaches people. And I just think that's such bullshit.
Can we say that? Can we say that word?
Sorry.
Well, I think we can. Okay, so I'm just realizing we're getting close to the end of our half-hour segment. So I'm going to shift away from there for a moment. And I'm just going to say hi to Major, who's waiting in the wings for his segment. And I'm really excited to bring him on. So before we jump to that, what I do want to ask is another question over here. Let's do something more uplifting. Let's do this. Do either of you have a favorite female director or producer or writer that you have or want to work with at some point in the future?
Every single woman in the industry. Just saying. Look at Greta. She's killing it.
Yeah, Greta's amazing. I mean, of course, Greta and, but what I'm really interested in is seeing more female faces in these roles. It's like we have 4 or 5 to pick from. It's like, this is insane that's the pool. And, I want to work with people who I don't know, who just showed up and are amazing. And, for some reason have never been given, a shot.
Yeah. I agree with that. I would just like to say for a moment that both of you have been super, super inspiring to me. One of the hardest parts of my job as a producer and showrunner on this series is fitting as many people into the cast as we possibly can without going over budget and without causing massive logistic problems. And so unfortunately, that often means that I don't get to give people as big of a role as I wish I could, or as much screen time as I wish I could, which is just a bummer. But both of you, when you showed up to perform, so Jessica plays Ladrall, and she came in. So this is an independent project. This is something we, for copyright reasons, can't, make for money, and can't really pay people. So we had to let people know that from the beginning. SAG would want nothing to do with us. So anybody who was SAG, it was like really, like you had to be okay with doing it and whatever. And both of you just came in and treated it with so much professionalism. Like Nea was a voice of a computer. I wish I could have gotten you in to do more. I think like
next season.
Next season. Hey. So I think by the time I had something I think I could have used you for, you were out of the country again. And I was like, damn it. But you came in and you just really gave your all to the voice of that computer. And it's like, it sounds like something so small and insignificant, but it's really not. And I just remember one of my favorite things was getting to watch Jessica work too on set, because she would take a moment after she was through makeup, after she was told where she was supposed to go sit and be whatever she was supposed to do. She was like, I need 10 minutes or however long it was. And she'd just go disappear somewhere in a corner and focus and center. And I loved to see that. It was just so cool. So thank you to both of you for everything that you brought to this project. Thank you. Yeah. We're about to jump into our next one. I don't want to be late with Major's time, but when you log off, put something in the comments for where people can follow you and see more of your work.
Will do.
Really love. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Natalie.
You're awesome. Woo! Thank you. Okay. Major, I'm getting ready to bring you on. Are you ready, sir? He looks like he's getting ready. One moment. We're going to be, that's not the one I want. I want this one. Woohoo. We're going to be jumping into cinematography with Major Latimer, who is just in the process of settling, which I will let him do that. If I can do it, I'm going to go ahead. Yeah. And we're going to play this. That's better. It's amazing what sound does for a scene, right? Even more amazing is what color grading and score does to change the tone of a scene. We have just finished all of the editing, all of the VFX for the entire season of Seize&Deliver. No, wait, not like that. This is happy news. There you go. It's amazing to look back at the creative efforts of our team. We cannot wait to share this series that we've poured our hearts into with the world. All that's left to do is coloring, composing, sound effects, and mixing, and planning a viewing party. We are so close, and that's where you come in. See, we could keep chipping away at post-production as time allows, as we have free time in our schedules, and we'll get it done eventually. Not very exciting. Or we could raise some finishing funds and knock it out in about 90 days. And then we could be watching this by the end of the year. I'm here to invite you to get involved one last time on this super fun project right before we release.
Did you hear that?
$8,000 covers original music, a robust sound effects library, a professional colorist, and renting out a space for a viewing party. I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What self-respecting hunter wouldn't? Perks! You get perks. Everyone who donates to Seize&Deliver will be included in the special thanks section at the end of each episode. Now after that, you get to choose from some other really fun stuff. Progress reports, early viewing access, a personalized video from cast, invitation to the viewing party, a personalized digital bounty hunter license, an executive producer credit with a title card, and mention on IMDb. When we say we want you involved, we mean it. Just remember this. Empires may rise, republics may fall, but the Bounty Hunters Guild is forever. Don't you want to be a part of that? Okay, sorry about that. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Long time no chat. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Yeah, it has been quite a while.
So where are you at right now?
I'm actually on set today. I'm working on it's a production company that does a bunch of shorts. So I'm filming one of those shorts.
Rock on. Love it.
Yeah, but still in LA, still doing the camera thing and the sound thing, and keep busy.
Awesome. So I'm really glad that you're on. I wanted to bring you on because you filmed, I looked back, I think you filmed more than half of the series.
Yeah, there was just a few days, like pickup things that I wasn't available for because of schedule.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you had mentioned it on IG, and I kind of went back as well, and I was like, yeah, it was a lot of hours, a lot of time, and a lot of locations, a lot of waiting for makeup to be ready. It was great. Yeah.
And it wasn't for lack of trying. Like, I remember trying to bring in other people and give other people experience. And it just didn't always work out that way. But I'm glad it worked out how it did because you were awesome.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed it. I mean, it's always, especially at that time, I was trying to add a lot more to my reel. I'm a big fan of kind of this world and these kind of fantasy sci-fi things. So I definitely wanted to jump on as often as possible. But you do. It's an opportunity for a lot of people to shoot, and luckily there weren't a lot of people available. You were like, "Hey, Major, can you come on again?" And I was like, "Yes, I'm here for it." What fantasy land are we going to today, and what creature are we shooting? And
that's one thing. We'll get into it more when Paulina is on. She's working right now, but that's one of the things. We knew that we weren't going to be able to do big, expensive sets. So then it was like, well, let's do as many aliens as we possibly can. Not that it's actually that much cheaper.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how much even just like the makeup alone and the prosthetics and obviously the time it takes to do all that. And even for the scenes that we did have, we built out the world as best we could, which was very impressive with the budget and time that we had. So I think combined with the cinematography, the whatever set design that we could have, and then the added makeup, then you say sound speed, camera speed, action, and then the script and the acting bring that world alive. And it doesn't take that much to just kind of, what is it? Just feel like you're there and feel like you're in it, even on a budget, in a budget that we had.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to add this because I did pull some behind the scenes. There we go.
Hey.
I pulled some behind the scenes images.
Nice.
So this one is, no, go back. The first one you did was Call Me Your Baby. Shoot, you did all of these. My goodness. We're going to go.
First thing was Call Me Your Baby. That was the first. Yeah, that was the warehouse location.
Yeah, that was the warehouse. And Zack built this amazing world in the middle of a warehouse. I think the solutions that came out of his brain were amazing. But there you are in the green shirt.
And my classic hat, which I'm always.
And a classic hat, yep. Yes.
Yes. And we had
this is one of your shots.
Yeah, this was actually doubled as 2 locations. It was the bar.
Yeah.
And then also the ship.
Yeah, and that was really interesting, kind of just making all of that work. So talk about that. Like, do you have a favorite moment from working on this project, or was there like one thing that you got to do that you were like, that is the coolest thing that I got to do, at least on this project?
Okay, I would say the coolest thing was working with the team to make the back of a U-Haul truck look like the back of a ship, and then light it with all like battery powered lights, and working in that cramped space at like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And then the sliding doors.
So dang cool.
That was that one right there. Just again, having to light that space. I mean, if you told someone, hey, what's the smartest place to build the back of a plane hangar, a ship? Well, yeah, the U-Haul. And you created the sliding doors. And I remember we had PAs, and they were actually making the sounds as they opened and closed the doors. So
it was pretty good. We had a lot of fun with that.
And then we like draped a blue screen behind our bounty huntress, and then our bounty hunter, and then we used those faux sliding doors, and we found a way to light that corner and then shoot. And it was great. It worked out. That was I think there was like this chair was an actual gamer's chair or something.
Yeah. Yeah, we made him look like a little jump seat.
Yeah, exactly. That was, and again, we're working with such a small space, and we're trying to get our coverage, we're trying to get our shots, we're trying to figure out where to put the camera, and you just have to get really creative because of the tight space, but you still want it to look cool and authentic, and we did that. And then the other one would be pretty much anytime we got to shoot at Scum. Was great.
Anytime we did what?
Whenever we got to shoot at Scum and Villainy.
Oh yeah.
Because that's a great bar. It already has such an aesthetic and a feel and a look, and so much of it is already there, so you don't have to do a ton of set design per se. And a lot of times those were really great experiences in shooting those coves. And this guy in the white and the white and black makeup, he was such a fun character to shoot.
Yeah.
So that was another really memorable.
I had more slides from all of these, but that's okay. There's a lot of pictures. So yeah, that was a fun place to shoot, and it looked really, really cool. I think the first time we shot there, I insisted on us not using hazers because I was afraid that it was going to look smoky, and I'm stupid. So
I should have fought harder. I didn't definitely.
I appreciate you for listening to me, but when we did it the second time and you used the hazers, it looked way cooler. And I'm sorry.
It's a learning curve. It's a learning curve.
Like, I appreciate you giving me that respect. However,
that's what it's all about. It's just like, you live.
I will publicly apologize for being dumb. And just in case anybody's ever listening to this and working with Major later, if Major says it'll look cool, freaking listen to him. And just do it. I think my favorite experience with you on set, just because it was so funny, was when we were in the Bigfoot West bar. We were doing
I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the back half of First Blood, and it kind of turned into its own episode because we kept giving people lines to like justify them being there.
That's right. Oh my God.
And it's great. It's a lot of that scene grew into its own thing, and it's a ton of fun. But we were already kind of clicking and working, but we did end up starting later than we anticipated because there was a miscommunication with the guy who was opening the bar for us.
That's right.
And
That's right. And we're sitting outside for like an hour or something.
yeah,
Right?
just like, hey dude, like calling him frantically, are you still coming to open the bar? Are you awake? Are you alive? Like, what is happening? Please, we're all here. And so then we were going, and there was Guru has this hood that he wore, this fur hood to make him look like he has hair. I do have a picture of him from the outside shoot, this hood. And sometimes I already knew from looking at this footage that occasionally that could pull up and the lining was white. And so I asked you if you would please watch for it and make sure we didn't shoot that, because it's a pain in the butt to try to fix in post. Yeah. And you were like, no, that is not my job. And I was like, right, totally right. I'm going to go get a makeup person to be on that. But it was just such a great moment, because it wasn't, you weren't mean about it all, but you were just like, I cannot do that. And it was like, you're correct. I'm talking to the wrong person. I'll be right back.
I definitely had way too many other things to be worried about and thinking about, and I was like, I was gonna miss that every time. And to be honest, if it was that important to you, I was like, I'm not taking on that responsibility, because I could do it wrong. I'm gonna miss it. So I'm just gonna be honest and say, hey, yeah, let's get someone who can actually pay attention to that.
No, it was so good, because you're so focused. Every time you've been on set, you've been so focused, and it's just really cool. One of the cool things that we got to see from having you on so many different episodes was just like your consistency. And even when, without getting into it or naming any kind of names, if somebody ever had a complaint about you, I would see you on the next set and I would be like, oh, that complaint was not major. That was someone else. You thought it was, but it wasn't, because I know that because I worked with him on this set. So when I saw you with different people, working with different people, I could see like what you were doing and how you were picking up for people that were newer in their craft and maybe didn't know exactly what they needed to do. You took on so much responsibility every single time as a cinematographer for everything that was going on with your team. And that's just really impressive. And it speaks to who you are as a leader.
Thank you. I find it important, and I've learned this over the years, that you are going to work with different people, especially when you're first coming up. You don't know who's going to be on your team. You don't know what their experience is always going to be, and they don't know what yours is. And it is such a team effort that it helps to go in very open-minded, trying to keep a calm, respectful tone, and also just, if you need to fill in the gaps and pick up someone else's slack, you just do it, and then you use it as a teaching moment, or a learning moment. But at the end of the day, everybody who's on set, cast and crew, is there to do that project and get the thing shot and make your day. So you just work as best you can with everyone. Again, a lot of respect, a lot of conversation, trust, and you just know that the person that's next to you, he's the pulling focus or doing sound, or the actor's telling their lines. They're all there for the project, and so you can't take it personal. You just get the job done, but you try to enjoy it doing it.
Yeah. And I think it was always fun having you on set. You laugh a lot, which is good.
It's an enjoyable job. I love what I do, and it should be fun. I mean, it's serious, but it's fun at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I like to keep things light, and make people feel comfortable, because at the end of the day, you're going to be on set for like 10 to 12 hours, and having positive energy, I think, helps the person next to you get through that 12 hours as well.
So important.
It really is. It really is. And we had a great team. We really did, and especially because speaking on all the places we shot, we shot all over LA, in various bars, houses, back of U-Hauls, and we also had a lot of returning crew and cast members. So you got to know these people over time, and you learn about their temperament, and again, where their strengths lie or their weaknesses, and also you just have such a camaraderie. And by like after the first day, you've been in the trenches, and then the third and fourth and fifth, everything just kind of flows that much, I think, smoother, and conversations become quicker, and you can almost have an unspoken relationship where things just click, and that's what it's all about. And it's such a great experience to have had that with this team on this project. Like Seize&Deliver was again grueling, but such a fantastic process.
Yeah. I want to say too that one of my other favorite memories is going back to that same bar, and nobody was available when we could get the bar at Bigfoot, and I really wanted that location because it looks like a lodge, and not nobody, but there was just a lot of crew members that we weren't able to get available. And I remember you being really nervous about it, and I was like, Major, it's going to be fine because it's only the pros, it's the OGs. and you were like, okay. And then when you got there and you saw who was there, you were like, oh,
we'll be fine.
We'll be fine. Yeah. We all know what we're doing. We've all been through this a few times together. It was just we didn't have anybody new on our team for that one. It was all people that had done other episodes before. And it's kind of interesting. You know, you hear stories about how people like to always work with the same people on set. And that really made that clear for me. Like, I was like,
for sure.
Yes.
Yep.
100%. Because I know exactly what I know when I call Major, I know exactly what I'm going to get. I know if Major's on set, I don't have to worry about anything that has to do with camera department. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm going to do whatever else I got to do, but I don't have to think about camera at all, ever.
Yeah, no, for sure. You had mentioned Paulina earlier. I remember after, again, like the first or second. And we know this, obviously, and some people watching this may not know, but makeup can take a very long time. It's a very time-intensive process. You hear this a lot on BTS of fantasy things where it's like that actor had to come in and they sat in a seat chair for 8 hours or whatever. Now, we didn't have that much time, but we could be sitting easily for 2 hours, 3 hours, and
mine got down to an hour. That was about the fastest.
The fastest? Okay.
We could get it.
Yeah. And a lot of yours was just painting. It's not even necessarily prosthetics, where, the people have prosthetics, and that takes, even more time. But I say all that to say, whenever I knew Paulina, and she was headed up that department, but I think there was a few times that we had enough people that needed to get makeup on. So, pass it off to another makeup artist. And I remember Paulina could be like, okay, I'm going to be done in an hour. And that person could have been like, oh, an hour and a half, 2 hours. And nothing against that person, but it was nice to know that if I had Paulina, I was like, okay, we're going to make our day because, so just little things like that.
Because when she said an hour, she meant 45 minutes.
Right, exactly.
And so, she would, I'm sorry, but probably the most treasured person to me of our entire team is Paulina.
I can see it. No, for sure.
Because we could not have pulled it off without her. And there's so many other people. Obviously, everything has to come together. Zack will come on. I don't think we could have pulled it off without you always being there and always being available either. So,
sometimes I couldn't, if I wasn't available, I could still at least say, hey, take my gear.
Exactly. Yeah, which is huge. That's a huge thing. Because when we said we had no budget, we had no budget. So we were not renting gear. The gear was whoever was coming to shoot had. That's what the gear was.
What are your lights?
Major was kind enough to let us borrow his, then that was what the gear was. There were a couple times in post when somebody was like, why'd you use a Sony for this? Why'd you use an RE for that? Why'd you use this for that? Why didn't you use red every single time? I'm like, because that ain't what we had. Nope. This is what we had.
So,
what we use.
Exactly. At the end of the day, especially if it's different episodes, it doesn't matter what shot on. You can make it look the way you need it to look, and it doesn't necessarily need to match. So it's fine.
No, and we talked about that, about finding creative solutions for making episodes look different. Yeah. Okay. So real quick, I'm going to plug our crowdfunding thing because this is, as fun as this is to just chat. I put up on the lower thirds here, donate, where you can go to donate. You go to hourglass24.com and it'll be at production. It'll say, let's finish, seize, and deliver. And you can go there and you can donate any amount you want. We have some super cool perks or gifts that we are offering as thank yous to anybody who donates. And you can see how much that is and what levels get you what kind of gifts. So go out and check it out on Hourglass 24. I should really find a way. I don't know how to share that screen. If I did, I would. But yeah, so please check it out and make a donation. We'll say thank you in advance. All right, coming back to Major.
Hey.
What I want to know is, what is your philosophy when it comes to cinematography?
Ooh. Well, I like to bring a visual voice to the written work. I mean, none of this happens unless you have a script. And so many people, that's the blueprint for every other department. And so my philosophy is to, one, become as familiar with it as possible, speak with the director and the other creators around you, and then just try to see what my department, the camera, can add to that story. And I think it is its own voice and its own character oftentimes for a project. And so if you can find creative ways to infuse the visuals with what's coming off the page, what's been written by the screenwriter, then, I've done my job. Any cinematographer has done their job. And, cinematography is all about highlights and shadows, and then camera movement or camera angles, and how, there's motivated movement, things like that. So it's I think if you key into, again, what your story is, what the script is telling you, what the visual voice is, and you take the time to find that and pay it homage, then, you've done your job. And that's all I look forward to trying to do as often as possible.
I love it.
Sweet.
I love it.
Message approved.
So good. Yeah, message approved. I love it. Yeah, that's super cool. I want to also give you a chance to say where people can see your work and or follow you.
Oh yeah. On IG or I was about to say at Twitter, but it's X now. No, but on IG and Twitter /X, you can find me Major Progress pretty much across the board. I do have a YouTube channel, Major Progress Studios or Major Progress, and I'm pretty much I'm getting better at promoting. I haven't always done the best at that, but I'll start posting a lot more about the work I do. And down the line here, I'm going to have a show of my own called Major Progress Report that kind of talks about BTS moments and experiences. I'm going to have a whole season that just covers Seize&Deliver. So
awesome.
I'll keep a lookout for that. I'll obviously post that link on my IG when I start that up.
Yeah. Any if there's any behind the scenes pictures or anything I can contribute to that, let me know.
Oh, I'll definitely reach out for sure.
Yeah, I will definitely hit you up.
And cool. I still have some of the obviously the B-roll and the footage, but not the final edited stuff. So I'll come to you.
Oh, it's coming. Hey. So it looks pretty dang cool, I have to say, even though some of it needs color, but that stuff, I'm going to pull it back up again because I just love it. Yeah, this stuff that we shot at, it almost doesn't even need to be graded. It's just it's already lit so well. And it looks so stinking cool.
This was another favorite because this is where we had I can't remember the character's name, but he's in the corner bar, yes. and his dad comes in to scold him.
Yes.
And I remember shooting that scene and just being like, yeah, the lighting in this bar is already awesome, but then we're just gonna add a little flavor, add a little something here, a practical here. or an extra light here, and it looks so good. And there's like, you have to sell the whole, prosthetic. There's a whole times where we're trying to highlight, I think, a scar.
Yes.
His face. And it does. It's.
Go to that one. Keep talking. Yeah. It came off so cool. I keep using that shot where he slams the glass over and over and over because we'll do this one. Because it's so cool. Well, you can see his scar.
The bones peeking through. Yeah.
Before she finished painting it in, and then going back this way.
Yeah,
it's hidden by his cowl. Yeah, and then that one shot that he uses at the end where he slams the thing down is like one of my faves. It's so cool.
And then yes, what? I think another really, the U-Haul scene was very neat. But I'm glad to hear that. I mean, I definitely want to. A lot of times, post will punch things up. You can add color, add the sound effects, all those kind of things. Really fill out what you already shot. But it's also nice to get as much as you can in camera, so you have a nice foundation to work with. So I'm glad to hear that, because that's what I do try to do as well. Is give you something that already is quality, and then you're just going to add to it.
Yeah, and I've been doing, since this project ended, I've been doing a lot more like editing and color grading. So I can just tell you right now, like starting with something that's already pretty is a lot easier than having to like color correct first and then grade. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So much. Well, thank you so much. We have Zack on, and I'm going to bring him in right now with us so you can just say hello.
Hey there, boss.
Hey there, man. How you doing?
What's going on, my friends? I'm well. Sorry if I look a bit disheveled. I'm in between work right now. I'm building stuff at somebody's house.
Per usual.
As per usual.
I always got some kind of weird tool in my hand.
There you go.
But yeah, no, it's so exciting to see you. And happy to be a part of everything. Oh my God, I look disheveled. I look like Krychek right now. I look like Krychek right now.
Zack is the Harrison Ford of our team. He's a carpenter, a magician with a
general mess. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'll let you have.
And an ornery old man. I'm actually a lot more like modern Harrison Ford.
Yeah.
Just ornery.
Yes,
let me do my work. I get my work done. That's all I really need to do.
Let's hold this up right here.
Call me from my cave when you need my services.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll leash my bear in the woods, and then I'll be back in town. Oh my gosh.
100%.
All right, guys. I'll let you guys do your interview.
Sure, it's great to see you all. Good to see you, Major.
Yeah, good to see you. Enjoy.
Be safe.
Hey, Zack.
Hi. How are you?
I'm great. This has been pretty fun so far. Just getting to like jump in with different people. Yeah. I'm gonna hide the banner for a second so that it'll pop up your name. So we have Zack on here, and you guys, just for anybody who's watching this, I just want you to know I'm bringing in the cream of the crop onto this live stream.
I was one of the OGs. I was there when we first met at, what was it, Soul?
Zack is so OG. Zack was there before I started. No. Like at the inception. And
it was a blast.
More episodes than anyone else. I know that.
Yeah. For sure, without a doubt.
3, and I think you wrote like 5 or 6.
Something like that.
At least. Yeah.
There's still, I've got some like sitting in my back pocket. Like some of the ones that, I mean, you're like the only other person that's probably read this.
No. What?
I think you've got some still in your back pocket that, like, I think you and I are the only ones that have read like half of the things that I wrote. But there's some really rad ones in there, like the Ibrew episode that is like very specifically like for him, like in the guild room, which like in the medical facility. That was one of my favorites. We just didn't really have the means to do it at the time, but it's just it's such a banger. It was so much fun.
That's great. There's so many, and I love reading your scripts so much. When I think about it every single time I write anything, to be honest with you, I'm like, this is so boring.
That's really kind.
That would make this sound so much more beautiful.
Well, you say that, but also what's funny is in all of my scripts, you would always send it back and you'd be like, Zach, I love this, but make it smaller.
Could you be shorter?
Yeah. You were like, can you take what you did right and just put it somewhere else so that we can read it, but also stop writing so much? And I'll let you know, like, I've been writing for like 8 years in Hollywood, and that is the note. That is Zach's note for every single producer, anyone I've ever written for. They're like, no, it's beautiful. Just shut up. Just stop. Just get to the point. I'm like, because I come from a more literary background.
Sometimes it does get a little long where you're like, oh shoot, is this going to be? So the thing is, you'd send in the script that was like 6 pages, and we'd shoot it and edit it, and it'd be like 4 pages. I would write something that's 5 pages, and after we edit it, reverse that. We would shoot your 6-page script and edit it, and it'd be 4 minutes long. We'd shoot my 5-page script, and it'd be 6 minutes long.
All right.
So I have something.
I just write great ideas.
Yeah.
Well, we all learn from each other in that for sure. Because between us, there's a happy medium.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's a medium point we need to hit there.
100%.
But it was lovely, and also like it was.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah. Oh no, you're sorry. Continue. Yeah.
I was gonna say you also built a lot of our sets, because you have an experience with art department, and you bring some just really cool things to the way you think about sets. Hold on, I'm gonna go back and pull up some. I've got a couple pictures here that I want to go back to, but because you take that storytelling into how you build a space out. That's really cool. And then you ended up directing two episodes? Or
yes, like 2.5. It was like 2.5 because I did some, like, I don't know. I directed some. I know I did Bravado of Innocence. I helped with
and that was your first. Was that your first time?
Yeah, that was
directing?
the first time I had directed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it worked out, and I loved it. It was a blast. And now since then, I've directed a lot more.
Sure.
That's kind of what I was gonna say. Is I very specific, like this project. Like I was, I think a lot of us were like kind of younger in Hollywood trying to do some of this stuff, and it taught me so much. Like working with everybody and like having our people, like we were all just doing our best, like taking the talents that we had to make something cool, and it taught me just infinite like new skills and how to deal with things and how to approach this industry. So like it was amazing for me. It was and it was really awesome to have that experience.
Yeah, that was really the goal for I think everybody for the project was just to do something that showcased our skills, to learn, to just get out there and freaking just make some stuff. Just tell our story. Yeah. And
it worked. Like I mean, just like the things we put together, like it's just wild. It's one of these people either like dream high and it just nothing ever happens, or you do what we did. We were like, listen, like we can just dig into what we do have and make the best out of everything that we can. And like we just like fiddle faddled our way through figuring out our own solutions, like being like critical thinkers, problem solving. And we made a lot of really cool shit for like, sorry, my bad. We made a lot of cool stuff. I'm a pirate. I'm a bounty hunter. But it was really awesome. We put a lot of good minds together and made a lot of really cool stuff.
Let's talk about, for example, this space. This was in a warehouse, and we kind of
this was one of the OG sets here.
This is
the first one.
This was the first one. Yeah.
This is the second
one. Because we did have, we'll go back. We'll go even further back. So the very first one was here, and
that was like the hotel. Did we just try to make that as like a teaser? What was the original concept for doing Nebula Hotel?
It was a teaser to kind of like get people excited, and the original idea was that as soon as things were shot, they would get edited, and that as we were moving into production on the next thing, we'd be finishing up post on something else, and that we would keep putting stuff out like continuously. And that's not how that works. That's okay.
That's not how anything works. What we've all found is that it never really works out exactly that way, unless you have Marvel money.
Right? I'm so excited though, because this is cardboard.
Yeah.
And
I forgot about that. Like, because we were shoved up into the apartment doing our best to make all this work. And
we were using my because we didn't have
so
enough money for it was so hot because we couldn't. Well, I don't have AC there, and it was the summer, and then we had all the lights going, and we had all the windows blocked off,
and like 15 people in that little apartment.
Like
it was bananas.
Yeah,
but that was the inception right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and this one I'm going to point out because that's my bed. We had to take my bed apart to shoot in here. Whatever. Which was also the only light for that room. So, you know, that's cool. No problem. And then here you are making this like cool wall thing. I didn't realize I forgot to put it up, but I did find like some of our original concept for this. That it was supposed to look like being inside of a ship, like a cruise ship kind of.
And so we were trying to find a way to separate it. So we were just like, yeah, let's use this duct tape. But it got so hot that the tape was melting off the wall.
That's right.
Yeah. What a wild time. This was the Call Me Your Baby, though, was our first like big build. The Call Me Your Baby was rad because you got us like a real warehouse. We were working at a cool spot. And we pulled together 2 full sets. In just like one room. We made our flats where we could like flip our flats to like one side. While we were shooting one side of it, we were having people decorate the other side of the flat.
Yeah.
That was bananas.
It was so crazy. And then this, how did you come up with this idea to put this plastic over top and use that like a roof? I would have not thought of that. I would have just thought, don't shoot that high.
Am I still here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry, I got a phone call. I apologize.
Oh, okay. No problem. Did you hear what I asked? Oh, you froze. Is he frozen? Hold on. We will get Zack back. So, okay, while we're waiting for Zack, we're going to do this. Is it playing?
You are going to tell this story.
Speak.
I'm a very determined individual when there's something I want. I will find you.
Look, I'm already here. So you're already dead.
The amount you bleed, it's your call.
Kefteris owes me 300 credits and a Wumpa. A Wumpa!
That's when the fight started.
All right, sorry about that. Am I good again? I can't hear. Oh no. Hold on. Why can't I hear anything? 1 second. All right, can you hear me? I can't hear anything. Let me just make this not. Oh no, I've made a huge mistake. 1 moment.
What do you That's better. It's amazing what sound does for a scene, right? Even more amazing is what color grading and score does to change the tone of a scene. We have just finished all of the editing, all of the VFX for the entire season of Seize&Deliver. No, wait, not like that. This is happy news. There you go.
All right. So I heard that. I can't hear you. Are you talking?
Oh, I was muted.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, you were muted. Maybe that was the problem. I thought I couldn't hear anything.
We figured out that we figured it out.
I got it.
Now
Don't worry. I'm back. I'm sorry. My wife called me. Anyway, so your question. So with this, what I found is like from my working on sets, one thing like a bit of like an enclosure, like creating a false sense of like claustrophobia almost. And with this, because like the plastic like came in and sort of like set it on people, and so this is supposed to be like a sort of derelict little like club, and we had people like doing like space drugs and being all wild in there. And so I always just find like tightening up a scene. And so for our cinematographers, it makes it much easier to make like dirty like Dutch shots and angles and whatnot. And so yeah, it's a simple thing, just like covering an area and not leaving an open ceiling. But it creates sort of like a vibe and an atmosphere. Just a simple way to create a bit more like, I don't know, a tone in the scene.
Well, it worked.
Yeah, it worked great.
Yeah,
I was happy.
It worked really great. Yeah, and just like the weird texture we had on the wall, and that was interesting too, because you had planned on putting like glow sticks all over everywhere so that there was something like the walls were kind of glowing, but they didn't work for some reason.
Well, I had sort of miscalculated. What we should have done is I should have got like high fluorescent paint and done like a UV stuff. But again, we were all younger, and so I thought I had this charming idea to where we could make these sort of like vines out of plastic. And so I figured if we could do that, and then we would fill them with glow sticks completely. And so I knew we'd only have like an hour of them being lit, but I thought it would create like a really cool sort of image. But the issue is like, for anyone that doesn't work on sets, like darkness is often kind of faked. Like there's a lot of light on every set, like always, like no matter how dark things kind of seem, there's a lot of like sort of ambient lights coming in because you have to make your actors be like lit up. And so in that, it's very hard to show off like smaller glows, smaller lights, like smaller accents. And that was something I really learned because I thought I could go past that by using like sort of a volume of it. But instead what we did is we used a bit of I used this quinine solution, which quinine is like a sugar they use in tonic, but it's highly UV reactive. And then we used some like small paints that we had, and we would just basically have our PAs like shining UV lights on the walls while we shot to make these like sort of, it looked like there was like a moving like UV light that made the walls look alive, which seemed really cool.
And that played really well. And that's why I wanted to bring it up, because sometimes you have an idea, you think it's going to work one way and then it doesn't. And then you
have to be able to adapt for sure. That is like the key to this whole industry, is like being able to adapt to problems, because there's always so many problems on set and you can never know how it's going to work.
Yeah. And like, so like this one when we were talking about it on previs, we thought these walls would look so cool if they were just clean. And I think that's something that you see a lot in Star Wars and in our source material and stuff. But when we looked at it on set, we were like, nope, that's not visually interesting at all, actually.
Yeah.
And so to talk about how you came up with like the lines and the geometry and what you thought of to bring some life to that.
For sure. Well, exactly like you said, like the whole like clean walls work really good on like higher end sets when you're enclosed once again. But we were in this situation where like we had these clean walls that they were great, they were perfect, they looked like they would be in a ship. But because we didn't have like the other ship like accoutrement, it didn't look like it. So we started out with just using, we took some like black, like matte tapes, and we were like, cool, we'll make cool designs. And I got a couple of our art people to try to make it look interesting, to where then it looked a bit more alien. But then the issue was that it looked like tape on a wall, and everyone, we were struggling with it. And then we were like, well, we need to feel more grounded and natural. So I had people go buy some like talcum powder, and we found like one of the greatest things we could do to make things look more like a sort of grounded, more natural, was we just took talcum powder and just covered the walls. So like even this photo, it shows that like the black is still standing out in this. But what we would do is we would take it and just like dash it along. And what that did was give this like dusty old presence to where it looked more like stone with things etched into it rather than. And and I'd heard there was an old carpentry guy that I used to work with when he did his carpentry, and he wanted to take photos and make it look aged and whatnot. He said that's all he would do, is he would take talcum powder sometimes and just lightly dust things. And it created this like false sort of like visual of something more old world, something more natural, something more ancient. And we did that, and it showed really well on screen, because it wasn't, you know, it takes away that shine, takes away any pop, and it makes it just feel like it's all part of each other. So that was really cool. There's a simple fix for a weird problem we had.
Yeah, and it looked really cool. And then the cool thing about that is we had to do a reshoot later, and so you had painted that onto a piece of paper, or not really paper. It was a thin cardboard sheet, and we were able to just move it off, roll it up, move it to a different location, and put it on a wall, and bam, we were in the same spot.
Yeah. No, for being as like as young and as quick as we were doing everything, we were ahead of it. We did good. Like we were prepared for potential failures, which helped so well. Like we made a couple plans, and it definitely paid off in the end. We did good.
For sure. So I want to ask you about world building. I want to get back to you as a writer and dig into that writer brain. What is it? What's your favorite thing about world building? Because that's one of the first things that you told me from the beginning. You were like, I am good at this. I am good at constructing the world. Like, how did you come into that? Why do you feel like you're so good at that? Like, just talk about that a little bit.
Well, that digs into my entire sort of like realm as a writer is through like I'm very empathetic. And there's like, you talk to my therapist about this, it's problematic. But in that, when I write, world building comes very easy to me, because when I make characters that I care about, I know their whole world. Like when I write them, when they make any action, my brain immediately is like, oh man, I know why exactly you did. I know your dad was this way to you. Or I know one time you like accidentally got in a fight and you weren't supposed to do it and you hurt some kids, and that's why you feel bad about this. And those things just kind of come to my brain when I write. And I've always kind of been that way. I love writing characters, and in writing characters, like I find their world. And because this project is obviously very character driven, it makes it very easy for me to like focus on these characters, and then their world just comes in, and I love it. It's like a puzzle. So like every person we make, I see them as like this like web, and how do they connect to these people? Where do they come from? Why are they mad? And in their being that way, like, are they mad because like that's part of what their family set up for them? What did their society say for them? What did they grow up in? What's the world like? Who pushed them? What pushed them? Like, did they have friends? Did they have pets? Did they have goals? Did they have loves? Like, and those are the things that like I think about all the time. They don't necessarily go into all the stuff that I finish, but that's like where my head is when I write. And so this project was amazing because like there's already a world. Like we already have the George Lucas universe, which is so amazing. And I was pretty well read on like the extended universe. I read a lot of the books. I played all the video games. I read the Dark Horse comics, and I guess now they're Vader comics. These are Marvel. But I read all those things. So like I had a bit of a background already, but then like opening this up and digging into these bounty hunters and seeing a world like outside of the Skywalker realm and more into our bounty hunter realm was really lovely, because we only have really one true like Force user, which is Ibru, and he's not even one of our bounty hunters. He's just the badass who like makes sure that our guys aren't being terrible people and sort of keeps like rule of law. And so in that, I could build this whole world of just people, of just lost souls that are you know, they're fighting to be something or to matter or to not matter, like whatever they need. Like one of my favorite things, we have a character named Loaf, who's just he's basically one of our hunters, like was set on assignment to kill some huts, and there was like a baby hut, like an embryonic hut, that then was taken and raised by the guild. And he's just a little badass. He just makes stuff. He's a little tinkerer. And he's just, because like the huts are very intelligent. That's how they took over like the majority of like the underworld. But they're, you know, kind of useless in general. They're just really intelligent. They're pit lords. And so we have a little hut character, and like in my head, I had this whole story for him. Like it was amazing. Yeah. Much like, you know, people don't know, there's lore. There's like an entire background for the little guy that lives on Jabba the Hutt's like shoulder and eats the rats. Yeah. Like and immense lore, like whole stories written about where he came from. And that's the kind of stuff that I do. Like I saw our little guy Loaf, who just rolls around on basically like a wheelchair and just tinkers with stuff. And like, I know where he comes from. I know who his friends were. Like I know what like his nicknames were. And and those things, that's how I like to see the world. I like to, you know, find people and find their connections to others. And through that, we see what realm they're in and what forms them and shapes them.
It just kind of, it comes naturally to you. You just always see all the layers and all the places where everyone came from built in.
And like I said, like that's a thing that's just me in general, not just as a writer. Like I do that in real life. Like I'm very good at like, I'll meet a person and within 5 minutes I can be like, hey, do you want to talk about it? Like, what do you mean? And I'm like, I know, I get it. Like I can hear where you're come from. I can see your problems and I'm here and I see you. Like I've got a pretty astute ability with empathy. And I think that empathy has helped me with my writing a lot. Because I don't see people as just things. I see people as whole worlds. And I don't know if that's about
to that. I mean, that happens when at least for me, like when I first met you, I was like, oh, this person sees me, but it's not scary because he's not judging me. He's just like interested in who I am. And that's really cool. I think I assume that happens to everybody who meets you. And
it's either that or they want to punch me in the mouth. Because a lot of people, I think I can come off. Seriously, it's a whole thing. Because I definitely know that I can come off as a lot. In my other jobs, I also I bartend, and I always have to be sometimes kind of big. I'm very introverted in general in my real life, but I can be that. But I also I see people, and I'll see through you, and I think it like shakes some people, and they're just like, I don't trust you, and I'm like, man, I'm here. I'm peace. I'm always here. But again, that's between me and my therapist. That's not a big deal.
On set, what I saw from you directing, even when it was really new, I think you really take care of your actors and you really make a safe space for people to play, and that's really cool. So talk about directing a little bit. What do you like about directing? What draws you to that?
Yeah. So I love it. I love directing, but specifically the character action and working with people. I realized my pitfall is because I don't have you spoke with Major. Major and I have done so many projects together in this and outside of this. Major's a great cinematographer because he sees things as art, and I see people's souls. And so for me directing, I love talking to someone and then being they don't deliver a line right. And I don't mind that because it gives me a chance to be hey, so what did you feel with that? And I feel like my greatest strength is saying listen, here's why you're hurting. Here's what exactly made you hate this person or why you want to get in this fight. And because my greatest strengths are through these things and seeing sort of the lines between people and what causes emotion in a lot of ways. I'm very good at making people understand oh shit, you're right. That's why he's that mad. That's why I need to do this. He has to do this. And I'm yeah, he does. It is the most important thing in this moment in his life because this establishes who he is here to the people around him. And he's so broken and needs to feel something more and feel like he's accepted, that this doesn't just represent an action. This represents something that forms him. It is a full display of his magnanimity. and I can portray that very well. And so like anytime I direct, I really love getting into the heads of actors and letting them truly see like how they can be the person they're trying to portray. The things that I'm definitely weakest in, and what I do love about our projects, I can always lean onto our DPs. We have great cinematographers that have always helped, that I can say like, listen, this is what I need to show. I need to make them feel this way. Like, is it better to do like our closes, our mediums? Do we need to do like a pulled back, like long shot? Like, what is this? Because I need them to feel hurt, and I need the audience to connect with that. Or sometimes I say like, I need the audience to come into that. I want the audience to eventually understand that this is the pain. And so whether that means like a pull or like a weird dolly or like a set of shots, and so it's great that they've taught me a lot of how to do that. And this taught me so much, because a lot of our actors, they're coming on playing bounty hunters and in a world that they don't necessarily know. And it gave me the chance to really let them like sort of walk them into that realm and walk them into being the best like actor they could be in that situation. Like Ibru is a perfect example. I like Christian Calloway, phenomenal actor who is really like blown up these days.
Yeah.
And
he's
he
amazing.
legitimately
And go ahead. I was gonna say he brought so much to that character. He brought more than I thought. I think he brought more than you thought. I feel like we've had this conversation
blew
before.
me away. Yeah.
And
what's crazy is he wasn't even like he knew Star Wars, but we talked about it, like he didn't know much. He didn't know the Zabrak were. He didn't know like what he was playing. Like he didn't know much about it. And so him and we had a lot of long conversations about like what it meant to be a part of this warrior race. And he had like pulled away from the warrior race to like walk a path of peace. And so he would often ask me, he's like, so yeah, he's like, am I mad? And I was like, no, you're not mad. You've got a warrior inside you. You have this warrior inside you that you were born with, you were raised with. So every moment you are fighting, and your goal is to lead. Your goal is to be the change and to show that even you can hold it down. So while the cracks can be seen, you can never break. And I was like, that's the most important thing, is like, you never really break, because you have to be strong, because these are your kids. You've taken this on. This is your new family. And after we talked for several times, he was just like, yeah, I get it. And so he kind of pulled in this kind of crazed, like he kind of on screen, like has almost like a false madness that I think as a character, he would wear that to hide like the seams that would break out of his like old Zabrak roots. And that was so amazing. Like he did such a good job, and it was so lovely being able to work with someone like him, because like he legitimately didn't know. And after I talked to him for a while and sort of gave him the correct motivations, he took it and he did what a good actor does, and he made that character. And Ibru is so great, like such a lovely character. Okay. One of the best things we did in the whole thing. And he's never even on a mission. He just hangs out. We just see him every once in a while.
He's like our bouncer. All right, I'm going to hide this for now so we can get names. And I'm going to add Benjamin to the stream. I mixed up our time slots. And you hold on. Why are you muted? I'm muted.
I got you.
Here we go. There you are. And you've gotten to work with him a bunch as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a blast.
Who just showed up all the time for like stunts were happening. Ben was there.
Yeah. It was my pleasure to jump in and nerd out with everybody. So yeah, good times.
Well, I appreciate it very much.
You got to work a bit on the I think it was the Cronin Mifune storyline together.
Yeah, it was when we were
the stunts.
The ball. Yeah. It was rough. Am I losing? Is this my fault?
You broke up a little bit.
Oh, sorry. That's probably me. But yeah, no, go ahead, man. How did you feel about everything? How was it for you?
No, I had a blast. So when we got to do that, I was pretty new still to California, so I didn't know anybody. So that was a really cool opportunity to get with everybody and see some people doing something exciting. And I learned a lot about what a small, dedicated team can do. And I've actually utilized some of those. Like I've talked about Seize and Deliver a lot with people here in Texas, about, the idea that some people can get together and have a passion around a project and put something out that's actually fun and quality, and that it doesn't necessarily require that you have the ILM budget or whatever if you have people who are dedicated and passionate about putting something out and having a good time. And we were before The Mandalorian, and we were before Boba Fett, so I take a certain amount of pride in that.
Yeah, and now how crazy was it? How crazy was it to see some of the stuff that we were doing show up in The Mandalorian? Like when they pulled out pucks for their bounties, I was like, and when they did the freaking spiders, I was like, Zach knew about the spiders before you guys did it. We had them.
I wrote. You have no idea how many. Like I would tell people, we'd watch that episode, and I was like, man, I literally wrote an entire episode about spiders in space. Specifically, I wrote a whole fucking episode about ice spiders. I was. It happened again.
He told me about it, and he was like, so Sansari's going to meet a guy who has ice spiders. And I was like, I'm going to be disgusted because I already hate spiders.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Oh my gosh.
And it worked though. Because like, what do you do with slavers and spiders? You burn them with fire. Like that's clearly, obviously. Yeah, that's just awesome. What you do with slavers and spiders. You burn them with fire. So
I'm with it. That and snakes. So I'm with you.
Hey. And Zach got in there and also acted. We should bring that out because he really wanted to play Krychek, and he went ahead and auditioned, and he was awesome. And it was like, as soon as you auditioned, it was like, who else could play this insane character that you wrote?
For sure.
That is awesome.
Yeah, no, it was fun. Go ahead. Sorry.
Where did we? I'm trying to remember where we shot that sequence. Was that up at Funko? The Chrono Mafoon fight scene.
Yes. Yeah. The Chrono Mafoon fight scene was at Funko because I was working there on art department at the time, so we were able to get in there. And y'all had weirdly, I don't know if it was Natalie or who had a link, but the stunt coordinator Steve, who is lauded. Like Steve he's incredible in the industry. And he was like, yeah, sure, I'll jump in, whatever, I don't mind. And so we just had this like wildly lauded stunt coordinator come in there playing this badass Jedi, beating the hell out of all our dudes. It was great. It was really cool.
Yes.
I pulled this picture for you.
He was Chrono Mafoon, right?
He was Chrono Mafoon, yeah. So he was the one who now I'm wishing I put in more pictures. I get into like editor mode and then I'm like, no, it's too much. Now I wish I had them all, but it's okay. So I found some great photos from that shoot, just when you guys were rehearsing and practicing and figuring out the shots and how the fight was going to go. And it looks cool. It's a cool fight.
I'm excited. I really wanted to see the part with the, can I say it? With the dubbing.
Oh my God. It's so funny. It's so funny.
So,
it's one of our better edits we have. Like, I don't know if it's fully done yet, but I've seen like the rough, and it is hilarious.
Okay.
It's really great. I don't want to share it yet. And then so I did let's see. I wonder if it's in the trailer, if it's in the teaser. Oh, I know where it is. I did put the picture on this one.
But now, so I have to unfortunately get back to work.
You've already been here longer than you said you'd come. So thank you so much. And make sure to put something in the chat about where people can find you.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, I just want to say once again, thank you. Like, this was so cool. And then, as I said before, just like Ben was saying, I was also pretty new to Hollywood. I've been here about a year and just was trying to get my wheels on the ground. And working with people that we had in this project was amazing. Like, it taught me so much. It introduced me to so many cool ideas, and it let me become like a better writer and director and actor and everything. Like, it was awesome. And there is still once again, this was like a small scale thing put together by a bunch of hooligans, but it's still something to be proud of. Like, it was really cool. It's really funny and interesting stories. Some of them are really heartfelt. And it's worth it. So I just thank you, Natalie, for pulling it all together. You've really been the linchpin in all this. And to Ben, to everybody, like the fact that y'all just came in and crushed it out of this world. Thank y'all.
Appreciate you, Zach. Great work, sir.
No,
Thank you, Zach.
Of course. Well, I'll put my stuff in the chat, but thank you everyone, and hopefully I'll talk to everyone soon. And y'all have a great day.
You too.
Awesome. Thank you.
Of course.
I'm gonna go back to this picture here because so this is what it ended up being. So we shot this during the day.
Yeah, I remember that.
And fortunately, it was a clear blue sky, so I was pretty much able to completely mask it out. But because it's shot shallow, I just keyed out the sky. But because it was shallow focus, we ended up with this weird blue line around everything. And ever since like pre-production, we were talking about trying to figure out a way to make this, because this episode is a drunken bounty hunter telling the story of like the worst bounty of all time, right? Like, and so that's why it was overdubbed. We played with a drunk history kind of thing. She overdubs your voice, and it's hilarious. It doesn't sync up perfectly. I think it's extra funny for that reason. And then because we ended up having that blue line around everybody, I was like, what do I do to make this look cool? So I don't know how well you can see it here, but I actually added lacing so that it looks like an old VHS tape.
I can see it.
And as soon as I like leaned into that, and when you guys move, you have that like ghost behind you, like you get on old VHS tapes. And there's also like a place at the bottom where it's worn out. And whether it makes sense to anybody who watches it, what I love about that is this is a story that Ladrell tells over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's like, so it's a worn out
tape.
Yeah.
No,
it made really cool. I had to tone it down on some of the fight scenes because that extra movement was not good, but
that makes sense. Okay. I'm really looking forward to seeing everything fully completed all the way through. I'm so excited to see what how it all turned out. So I'm really glad that you guys took the time to have us involved. I think I was in at least 2 or 3 sets where I wasn't fighting. I know there was one where you converted a U-Haul or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was there for that, just helping out. And then there was another one in an apartment, and it was like a rooftop thing you were doing. And then there was at least the one where we did, Chronomafun. So yeah, I came to help out a couple times.
Yeah. So that first one, that was Money Trail. And that was interesting because it was like, I didn't really think we needed stunts for that. And you guys were like, yeah, she's standing on the edge of a building. You need someone there to make sure she doesn't fall off. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
For
that
sure.
Was awesome, though. But yeah, you
guys,
you guys did so much work. I was like, this is crazy.
And this is
I don't think I've seen a short or a project like this where it's this involved and volunteer. Like, I don't think I've seen anything like that in a very, very long time. And I just thought that was really, really dope.
In what way?
So like, a lot of filmmakers is like, if it's not making money, if we're not doing this, I've only got so much time. So they're not going to spend, a lot of the filmmakers I've seen when they get together to do a project, it's not as intricate. It's not as deep as what you put together. And I remember going to the meeting. I think you had a meeting at a bar somewhere, and I was like, I don't know anybody. Let's just go see what this is about. And I was like, oh, these people are cool. This could be a lot of fun. And being in Texas, a lot of people do projects together, but quite frequently they just weren't this detailed. Like it's not 2 hours in a makeup chair. Nobody's fully painted like you were. That's not a common frequent thing. And so when I came back to Texas, it was the kind of thing where I was like, okay, if they can do that in California and people can have that much passion, you just got to find the right people and they got to have the right vision. And then you can put some stuff together, and whether or not you have all the money. You come together with what resources you have, and if everybody's on the same page, you can do something impressive. So I've taken that with me and that spirit of collaboration into all the other things that we do out here.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm glad to hear that. That's very cool. Wow. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. That's really cool. I want to ask you, how did you get into stunts?
Okay. Let me think about this. So I've
And by
always.
the way, can I just take a second and just admire you're sitting here in like a kimono with the swords behind you.
Oh yeah, if you do the wider shot, you'll see it's a
Hold
bunch
on.
of blades.
We'll switch it up.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So it's a bunch of things, a mural of me and Wu Ping, my other Kung Fu series we're doing. Whole bunch of blades. There's a lightsaber right there because, you know, I've been a nerd since day one, so I had to represent. Matter of fact, I have a Boba Fett wallet. So I was super ready to do this project when I found out about it, because I've been waiting to see anything with bounty hunters and Boba Fett specifically. So I was so excited when you guys had this idea. I was like, this is great. I love it. But as far as how I got into stunts, I was dancing and doing martial arts in high school. So we were kickboxing in the backyard, thought we were Bruce Lee, challenge people from other areas, challenging black belts in school. That's what me and my friends were doing when we were younger. And then I grew up doing like pop locking, hip hop dance in some competitions. So I had a friend who, his name, I'll never forget him, Roger Edwards. He was an actor. He was getting some movie roles. He's a big dude, pretty, freaking ex-military. He was like ready for film, right? And what ended up happening is that he was like, yo, they're going to ask me to dance in some of these movies, and I don't know how to dance. He's like, it's going to come up. I know it's going to come up as for some of these roles. Can you teach me how to dance? I know you from going to nightclubs, and I know you can dance. And I was like, all right, bet, cool. So he was paying me money in a small town to teach him how to dance. And he said, you know, everything that you do is stunts. All those things that you're doing, the break dance and all that stuff, those are considered stunts, and you should really try to use it in the world of film. And that kind of planted a seed in the back of my head. Fast forward a few years, and I have a friend who's working on an HGTV show. Needs a PA. I got nothing going on. I come out, and then that's when I kind of get the bug. And I'm like, okay, people actually make money in film. And so once that happened, I, a couple years after that, I going through a rough time, going through a career change. My brother has an idea to do entertainment business, and that's is like a music business, and he needed me to help him write a business plan. And I said, hey, check this out. I'll help you, but it has to be a multimedia company. And that's where Ballistic Blade Entertainment came from. So I wrote the business plan, and we started the company. And I was like, well, I don't know how to shoot. I don't know how to edit, but I know how to fight, and I can act. So I'm going to use my skills to get us build up some cachet, right? And use my skills to get friends and family and get favors and things like that. And so that's pretty much what I did. I went out there and just really started training and doing the fight choreography, any seminars I could do, any classes I could do, linked up with all the stunt guys I could find to train. And that's where the whole kind of deal sprang from. So when you met me, I was still really, really new to the industry, kind of getting going. And so that's pretty much it. And we just took off ever since.
That's awesome. I'm gonna bring Jansen in because he's here. There we go.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Hey guys, how you?
Good. So we're talking about fight choreography and stunts, and I've been asking all the questions. You have a question for Ben.
I've been actually listening. It's been really cool to hear what everyone else has to say about this, because when we're actually on set and actually, using our imaginations and trying to create something, we don't get a lot of time to really talk a whole lot about our lives, with probably the exception of me, because I talk so much. But you got to know your strengths and weaknesses,
Yeah.
But I always wanted to know, a lot about your background, Ben. I didn't know that you were a dancer as well, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Considering like what you do now, and I really, really, as far as not a question, one of the things I wanted to agree with you about was the caliber of people that we found in this little universe that we started. From the very beginning, I was super impressed, with just what a Craigslist ad could create. You know what I mean? And I have often thought about how, Natalie got all these people together, and one word always came back to me. We were all extremely hungry. Extremely hungry. We were also all sci-fi fans. With for me, I don't think I would have worked with any of you if you weren't. Honestly, like, and one of my other questions were, are you planning on moving back to this part of the country, to Los Angeles? Because I know we're all spread out now.
No, sir.
Texas.
I am Texas. Texas is home. We had a house in Vermont, so I was going back and forth. I'm actually going to fly out in about 2-3 days to prep that to be sold, and then we're going to be buying another house here in Texas. And then I run the Austin Action Fest and Market.
You're in Austin?
Yeah, I'm in Austin.
Very nice.
So
friends in Austin.
Hey, man, the flights are cheap. Y'all need to come out here. We'll be talking soon because I have sci-fi projects I'm working out here as well. But the whole deal is I run the Austin Action Fest and Market now. So in addition to Ballistic Blade, which is production, stunts, fight choreography, and all that stuff, we have a festival and market where it's really about promoting people who do action-oriented content. We're very genre-heavy. And one of the things we do is we're trying to get people paid. So that is like my passion right now, and it's where I think I can do the most amount of good.
Yeah.
Is there. So I'm really trying to push that hard now.
Right on. Yeah, my background started in Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay.
And when you're like, especially earlier, production's slim pickings. Even in Austin's, from what I've heard, has gotten pretty good recently.
It's picked back up. COVID was.
Cleveland has like 5, films a year, maybe.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So being in Los Angeles was something that I really, really wanted to be at, as far as, being an actor and things like that. It's such, I like hearing you talk about the transitions between a different place and Los Angeles. Because people, if they haven't been here, don't know.
Oh, yeah. And one of the things that the biggest lesson I got is you need to be where you are. And it's like the story of the shoe salesman. He shows up on the shore. He's on the island. He calls back home office, pack it up. Nobody wears shoes here. The other guy shows up, same island. Hey, send me everything you got. Nobody wears shoes here. And I learned that moving to LA, because when you're in Austin, what everybody tells you is you have to go to Atlanta. You have to go to Cali. You have to go somewhere else to make a living in film. Now, I make a living in video production, doing podcast, videography, and film. I have not had a job for like 4 or 5 years. Not saying that was easy. Okay, I did a lot of DoorDash. There was a lot of Grubhubbing in there to figure that out. But okay, just want to put that out there. But me and my family, we figured it out. And what was interesting is everybody's telling me I had to go somewhere. And I was like, that doesn't seem, I don't like that. I feel like if you could do good business, you should be able to live wherever you really want to live. And you have to be. Huh?
Are you married?
I'm married.
And you have a family, you have kids?
No, just me and my wife.
Okay.
Me and my wife, no little ones. So it's a little easier on me than it is on some. All right, so I get it.
Yeah.
We can eat ramen once or twice. You can't do that, and you got the little ones. But the cool thing was when I was here, we were all complaining about money because all the money's in these other places. But then you go to those other places and you realize that the competition for that money is very steep. And you don't know anybody.
No.
So in Texas, I might have all these resources because I was raised here. So I know all these people, I know businesses. There's all these things I can use if I want to shoot. When I moved to LA, I didn't know anybody but me and my friend Rob. And so I was on my own. So I had to go to stunt hustles and trainings and workouts and try to get people to think that I was cool enough to work with. And I was like, okay, so back home I have all the resources, but I don't have the cash I want. But out here there's money everywhere, but I don't know anybody. No matter where you are, there's a problem to solve.
Oh, most certainly.
And when I realized when I was back home, I was like, if my viewpoint was from that of a producer, someone who creates opportunities versus someone who needs to find someone to offer me one, being back home is amazing because I can make things happen and I can pull teams together to do stuff. So when I went back home to Texas, after some different things, I kind of flipped the switch. That's where the festival and market comes from because that doesn't really exist out here. There's festival, but there's no market. And I was like, okay, here's a niche I can fill. Here's a need I could fill that benefits my film career and everyone else around me. So like the whole rise and tide situation is what we're trying to build here.
Okay, that's awesome. I have another question for you that might a little bit different. So is the strike, which everyone knows about right now, which is going on right out here in Hollywood and all over with the writers and with the Screen Actors Guild.
Yeah.
Has that affected you at all?
No. Well, let me be honest. I should be SAG-E right now. Somebody messed up some paperwork somewhere, so I'm non-union. So here's the deal. So like I was trying so hard to be in the union for years. I was doing everything I could. I was doing extra work. I was at
more than you are.
I was doing it all, fam. Woo, and man. they were not trying to let the kid in. So when I came out here, I was like, well, you know, I want people to get paid. I work hard to make sure people get paid well and treated well on set. I respect what people do in the different unions and organizations. But like we're out here eating. We make film and we do productions to feed our families. Okay. So while I'm in solidarity with anybody who does not feel that they're being valued correctly, do your negotiations. But in Texas, people is out here trying to pay these bills, fam.
Okay, I hear you, man. I hear that. Yeah, man, that card was a doozy, man.
Yeah, I saw in COVID also like it was painful, man, because people didn't want to do anything.
Yeah, I was somehow fortunate during the COVID, just for for some reason, man, some of my best things that have happened to me are just stumbling ass backwards into it, man.
You can trip upstairs.
I gotta tell you, man, it's and that's why this group, Seize&Deliver group, was huge for me.
Yeah.
Because one of my biggest talents, I love, like I said, I love to talk, I love to network, I love to, like, well, how can we work this out? Let's make something here. Let's do it over here. Let's build this. That's my, I love that. And, all of us so many of us have that grinding Los Angeles story.
Ooh. Oh yeah. It was beautiful, but it was I learned so much from being in Hollywood off Sycamore. I was right off the strip and getting to see what it looks like from the professional standpoint of film and specifically stunts and action and what people have to do to go through that. Like when I come here and I talk to people about how they get into stunts and stuff, I'm like, you don't understand how much more difficult it is when you're in LA because everybody wants to go. And I'm like, well, do you understand the caliber of competition when you go to like a jam?
They think it's something that they can do because it's easy. It's just
no. You can die. You can die, and the people who are there are taking it very seriously because you can't just like here in certain places you can just say I'm a stunt coordinator. Do you understand what that means when you say something like that and what responsibility you're bearing when you take that on? I don't think a lot of people really understand some of that, and I learned a lot of that being in California, and so I've been I tried to translate a lot of that back here to Austin and Texas and raise the standard really of what people are producing out here content wise. And like I said, watching the way that you guys worked and the way you and Natalie and everybody put this together, like that was really eye opening for me, because at that point in time, I was not really in a producer space. I would write and I would act and do choreography, but I wasn't thinking of myself as an independent film producer. And watching how this all came together really just like, it was a light bulb. Like, oh, you can just get people together who have skills and have the things, and you can make something impressive. And I'm going to forever be grateful for that.
Oh, it was awesome, man. Like, and I was saying, how shocked and surprised I was at, the first few meetings. And I've been meeting with you guys for a very long time. But after about the third time at Natalie's apartment, meeting with everyone, I wasn't surprised anymore.
Yeah.
I realized like what I got myself into. I realized that I was happy about it. And like, and for me, and I say this a lot to a good amount of the people that I'm working with, especially on passion things. This is like medicine for me. Just being in the craft, as far as an actor, as far as someone who has taken it very seriously, as far as, being on set and knowing the etiquette, knowing things. There's so many things that I saw us do that the normal person, even a college graduate walking out of USC in film, would not really know. It was just, you saw seasoning that you do not see in passion projects or anything like that. It was like, okay,
if I can jump in on that point, like that's something that that Ben and everybody who came on for the fights, I'm forgetting the other person's name. Is it Brandon?
Robert Brown was one of them. I think it was Brian.
Oof,
that's bad.
I know I'm bad with names, so I'm sorry. If you watch this and you're like,
man,
how dare you?
How many sets has got? I mean, how many Brians? Man, it's got to be.
I know, but you guys always brought that, and you were one of the people that would come to me and be like, "They're not shooting the scene right. They're not. You got to tell them. Can I? I'm like, go tell them what to do. Do you need me to back you up? Like, what do we need to do? Like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I know it. Like, I don't. So you go for like. I grew up with a dad who taught karate, and like, he did international world competitions in Japan and came home with all kinds of these like crazy trophies that we as dumb children broke because what happened. But like I grew up going into his dojo when he was teaching. Like we'd go after school and watch him. So I have a lot of respect for fighting in general. And his favorite thing always growing up and became my favorite thing is martial arts movies, wushu movies. So we didn't just watch Jackie Chan and Jet Li and Bruce Lee and I can't remember Zatoichi and like all of these guys. We also watched everything they made for the behind the scenes and for the stunts and how they choreographed it. And especially Jackie Chan puts a lot of that out. And so you see really like, yeah, it's cool, but it's also really dangerous. And you see how much trust is needed.
Oh, yeah.
Among the whole team. Like from just everyone, the camera operator, the DP, like every single person has to trust what everybody is doing. That stunt person's got to trust. You got to trust that camera is not going to wind up where your foot's supposed to go.
Exactly. That you're not going to get punched in the mouth. One of my favorite things is when I am dealing with actors a lot. And everybody says they want to do a fight scene or they want to be Daredevil and do a hallway scene. Like you want to do a minute and a half, one take. Have you fought 2-3 people and for 30, 45 seconds? You understand what you're asking for if you want it to be good. Oh yeah. And then we get in the gym and they quickly realize that it ain't all sweet.
No.
It's tiresome. You have to be on guard. You can get really hurt, especially if you're doing if you're not playing straight Hollywood style choreography where you have 6 inches between every strike and cowboy punches, and you're getting technical kung fu, Gordon Liu, kid with the golden arms, uptight trapping, Wing Chun. You get into that kind of stuff, it's real easy for someone to move the wrong way and get kicked in the head or elbowed in the face. And people don't understand that.
Heck yeah.
I got to do a couple of fights as Sansui, and they were a blast. But also, like, I learned karate at a young age. I took capoeira in school, in college and stuff. So I'm a little bit different.
Random.
I know.
That is capoeira. You and the Hoda in college, we didn't even have that option. We had like a taekwondo. That was it. What college did you go to?
I went to ASU, and it was an elective, and I could do it, and it sounded cool. And my dad gave me so much shit because he was like, "That's not a real martial art. You want to do karate." Like,
man, that's cold. Your dad's cold.
But the thing
it's a real martial art.
It's legit, and it is in some parts of it, it's a little bit scary because you can't pull your kicks, you can't pull your punches because you're it's so much about building up momentum and putting that momentum into the strike that you can't stop yourself. So in that way, it's a little bit scary.
It's very
but
dangerous.
One of the things you learn from capoeira, because it's designed to be like a dance. So when you're sparring, there's ways that you're supposed to move. When that person goes into their kick, you're supposed to duck down and they kick over your head. Yeah. Now, if you want to be stupid and don't duck down like you're supposed to, you're going to get kicked in the head. And part of it, and they will not adjust if you don't adjust. And part of it is you can't, because your body becomes like a slingshot for your foot, and it's just flying.
Yeah,
and
you might be half
the only thing it can do is go all the way around and land behind you. That's all you can do.
Exactly. I mean, and we studied a bit of capoeira here. I actually practiced with a group called African Warrior Arts. They're part of HAMA, which is historic. They are the Damon Stith is the president of Historical African Martial Arts Association. It's the African equivalent of HEMA, which is the guys with the broadswords and claymores that practice. He's got it's like a sister organization, which is super random. But when you hear they call it capoeira de rua, like capoeira of the street, with takedowns, and it's mean and very aggressive, it is a whole other story. And people don't realize that most of the time when you go to a school and you have capoeiristas, most of those people are cross-trained. So a lot of them will have a jiu-jitsu background, or they'll have a karate background. So you have a guy who's a black belt in karate who also does capoeira. Yeah. Very, very dangerous and skilled people. You never know what you're dealing with in those.
Yeah, for sure. And I kind of grew up where my dad was like that. So we still to this day, we'll just be walking down the hall and start punching and blocking. But then
that's good.
I would start punching my dad, and he's like, "Be careful!" Like while he's blocking, he's just blocking. He's like, "Be careful! I don't want to hurt you," because he can break your arm just from blocking you.
Correct.
Yeah. So I do have that respect, but it's still, when we got the rehearsal was really fun because there's nothing on the land. But then when you get into the shot, I was so frustrated because I wanted it to look perfect every single time, and anytime it didn't go perfect, I was so frustrated. And I wanted to do it again and again and again. And everybody was like, "Get out of here, lady! Shut up."
That's when the director has to make a call. Sometimes the acting is good enough to sell the thing. Sometimes you got to move the camera to compensate for a thing that isn't working exactly like you wanted to work. We've all been there. We've all had the thing that didn't go exactly like we planned. You just got to adjust. You have to pivot on the fly.
It feels different when you're in the rehearsal space than you're on set.
Correct. And some people just don't perform. They have an off day. I've had guys that are trained in a bunch of different things show up on set, and he's not giving it to me. And I'm like, all right, well, okay, so I'm going to be cutting this one. This is going to be a diced up scene. because I got to cut around this man's poor performance. It happens. It happens to the best of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Off
It was
day.
a hard one for me to edit. I was like,
yeah, no, but it was a lot of fun. Steve Huff, I know him from Fonco.
yeah.
He was a very talented individual. He's very knowledgeable, not just about just doing stunts, but just fighting and combat and different systems of combat in general, which is really, really cool to see. So that was a good education for me to get to work with people who were more experienced than I was. And then he was throwing me around. That was a lot of fun. I normally I'm the one doing the throwing or taking a simple fall, but he was like, I think he did I think he like fireman carried me onto a table. It was something crazy. Yeah, it was.
He threw you over his head. Do I have the picture of it? I don't have the picture of it. It might be in, let's see if it's in this video. It might be in one of our, let me see if it's in here. We'll scrub forward. There might be one in here. Maybe not. Maybe if I just play it. We'll see if there's one in there. But he does throw you over his head.
Yeah.
Before you die of a heart attack.
Yeah, then wasn't like I don't want to give it away. The other fall in there was also very interesting. It was a great time. And anytime we could do anything that's got action in it, I'm always game. And even though I am here in Texas,
amazing.
California is not that far of a trip.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep me posting. Yeah.
Oh, there's that spider we were talking about. There it is. You see it?
Yeah.
That was you flying over his head.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, and that was like, we had to shoot that so fast. We were really scared that, now you can really see the VHS thing. Oh, there's Jansen. We'll come back. Yeah, so go ahead. We're coming up. We actually passed your time, and I know that you've got to run, so I want to be respectful. I also want to take a moment to plug our crowdfunding, because this is a crowdfunding campaign. So please go to Hourglass 24, click on Let's Finish Seize&Deliver. I think you have to go to the Contact Us, and then it's a drop down that goes to Seize&Deliver. And you can donate through the website there. You can see the really awesome perks we put together for that. And if you donate at those different tiers, we will put that in. Any donation of any amount is greatly appreciated, and we thank you very, very, very much. And then also, Ben, before you go anywhere, tell us where people can follow you, find your work, and all of that.
Copy that. The best place is probably on Instagram is The Violence Conductor.
Love it.
It's exactly how it sounds. That is my unofficial title. Facebook, also Austin Action Fest. It's on Instagram and Facebook. I'm most active on Facebook and Instagram. And you can also find me on Facebook as Benjamin Nathaniel Reddick II. You could find Austin Action Fest there as well. Follow us, because we are there to promote projects like this. So I'll be able to share some of this as well, because it does have action. Our rule is if there's no kick, stabbing, chasing, or jabbing, we can't play it. So because we have fighting and all kinds of shooting and action, I'm allowed to talk about this and promote it. So I'm going to do what I can to help promote this project there as well. And those are probably the two best places to find me there. I'm on YouTube as well, but it's mostly Facebook and Instagram, really.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. It's my pleasure.
Has been fun.
Yeah, it's good to catch up with everybody, and we'll be talking soon.
I'm going to Austin and see you, man.
Yeah, come do it. We'll have some fun. We'll get some things in the can. All right, you both.
Right on.
All right.
Bye.
We'll see you. All right, I'm going to pop up this. Wait, we're switching over to here. Here we go. Here is some Jansen getting some makeup applied. Jansen, whose name in the show is Junari, and I mix those names up all the time. They're familiar, or they sound similar. Where's another one? Oh, this one right here. This is one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So I'm going to introduce you real quick. This is Jansen. I'm going to say your last name wrong. I just know it. Lashley-Haynes.
Yes.
Right? I win forever. So this man is also one of the OG. Like you said, you came out to some of the first meetings we ever had. And then we started to have writing meetings, which were really to just talk about story. Everybody was invited, but you were probably the only actor that consistently came who was not also a writer. And because of that, you had an idea for a character you wanted us to write for you. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And then we had planned on your character being like woven through all of the episodes. And then there were some scheduling conflicts that didn't quite make it work. But I still really want to, like, I have that you're when Zach was on, we were talking about how we both have like scripts in our back pocket that we still want to do. And one of mine is a story about you stealing somebody's mark.
Totally.
Hunting them down. And just when you think you've got it and you turn it in, that hunter pops out of nowhere, knocks you out, takes the prize, turns it in, and gets the money.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it. I love it.
But you've also been really instrumental in helping with the organization of the project and helping us make sure that SAG actors could be a part of it and kind of navigating all of that murky territory as we were putting this together, because we wanted it to be open to anyone who wanted to play, really. We just wanted to make a sandbox that people could come and play in.
Yeah.
And you really helped make that possible. So first of all, thank you.
No problem. This has been, you know, I've said this before to people, but it's like, you know, growing up, you know, and I'm sure she's out there listening, but, you know, I had one of those moms who put me into something, not necessarily that I wanted to actually do, but, you know, I'm so thankful she did, you know, because it's been the great passion of my life. And a lot of that started with Star Wars and Star Trek and sci-fi and, you know, just all that in one, you know, and meeting you is one of the things that helped that culmination of like me being able to, you know, I told this to my wife recently because she was also one of the most instrumental people actually that actually helped me live my dream. And it's like, and you're one of those people, and you know, when you get to a place like that, might not be what everybody wants, you know. It's like I'm not sitting here a millionaire happy and you know, screaming that I can do whatever I want, but just to be, you know, participating in things like this is, you know, a joy for me. And it's like that's why it's fun to say whatever I can do, I'll do that, you know. And there's other projects I have, and I will give a plug to this later, but I have another project where I'm like literally at the point where I will do whatever I can. I'll do anything to be part of it, you know, like, and just being that open with projects like this, not only, I've met so many wonderful people that I hope I know for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
You know, and they're so, like, I've met some fabulous makeup artists, some fabulous writers, some fabulous stuntmen, fabulous grips, fabulous, you know, just photo, like directors of photography, everything. And just even having those names in my phone makes me feel warm, you know. It's great.
Yeah, I second that because for me, if you want to say that, not that I'm not trying to take a compliment. If Monica is watching, oh my gosh, she's my life coach right now. And she's been like telling me that I don't take compliments very well because I'm too quick to like send them back to other people. But anyway, I'm still going to do that right now because you've been so encouraging to me on every step of the way, where if I ever felt like I was going too far with something, you would be right there going, yeah, okay, let's do it. Let's go. And then there were times, especially after we finished shooting and I was trying to figure out, what do we do with everything that we shot? How are we going to get this edited? Do I have to do it? Oh, I have to do it. Okay. When it got to that point, there were a few people who really strongly advised me to let go of the project. They were like, just let it go. But you and a couple of other people are the reason why I couldn't let go, and I still can't let it go.
Oh.
I cannot let this thing go. I will not finish this project. I will not let you down. But if you weren't there, it'd be so easy to go, okay, well, we tried. It's another project that's like so many other projects you hear about in Los Angeles and Hollywood that just get lost in post-production hell.
Yeah.
We're one of those. Oh, well. But it's not going to do that. We are going to finish this project. We will get it out. It will have a life. And that is due largely in part to people like you who always want to show up and play and have fun and promote it and talk about how cool it is. When I go back and watch the teaser trailer we made after some of the other stuff we've made, I'm like slightly embarrassed. I'm like, oh dang, I used to think this was cool.
Oh, we were young. We were
so young. We were making it happen.
Yeah.
That's what I appreciate is that I was never by myself trying to make this happen.
No. We had a great core group.
Yeah.
A great core group. And just with great ideas and great imaginations. And that I love that too. Like just the ability to ad-lib when we needed to, from production standpoints to everything. Like, okay, well, we'll do it this way. And it worked and it meshed together. And it was just, I love stuff like this. And don't get me wrong, I understand Ben's plight to make money and to be able to have a living doing this. I totally get that. Believe me. It's like, I don't know how many projects I've done in my life where my wife was like, how much are you getting paid? And I'm like, something. I brought home some food.
Dinner's on me, babe.
But I totally get that. But when you can get to the point where we're almost at where we have a finished product, it makes you feel good. And it makes all the work that we put in, worth it to me. So it's a great day for me. And it's a great day that I know some of my friends and family are out there listening to this and seeing, some of the behind the scenes stuff to what we actually do to make something, to create something and put it out there for people to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So I'm going to, I don't know who is watching or not, but I've gotten lots of messages for people saying they're jumping in. So that is super cool. And thank you to anybody and everybody who is joining in and stuff. It's very cool to see that support. And we're very, very, very grateful. I'm going to post a screenshot. Maybe. Yes, I am. There we go. Join us live on Facebook or YouTube. Boop. Throw a little shout out like that. So I want to ask you. There we go. I want to ask you, what is your favorite thing? Yeah. What do you have a favorite memory from the shoot? You were always around too. This is why, like, you just became an executive producer. We didn't talk about it. You just did it. And I was like, well, totally. He's an executive producer, because you were just there around, even when you weren't acting.
Yeah.
I have you in the background of so many things because you would just show up just for moral support. Yeah. So what's your favorite memory?
When we started filming at Scum and Villainy, that's when I started really having a lot of fun. I started having a lot. I filmed there recently too, but I had a lot of fun there. And when I sat in that chair for an hour and a half with Paulina, that's when I knew I was hooked for life. What didn't matter. I was going to be there every time. It didn't matter. It was literally, when that was happening, it was like everything that I've ever wanted is happening right now. And this is so great and so cool. And this is exactly how it's done. And for me, You know, I'm the kind of guy that still gets really giddy over an audition. So, you know, I hope I always do. You know, I never lose the passion of the little things of production. It's, you know, they always say a very great man named Tom Rivera told me once, you know, the worst actor is the actor that only likes the time between action and cut. And, you know, I thought about that, and every time I think about it, he's so right, because there's so many more things to a production than just, you know, acting. You know, there's the table reads and the camaraderie and the learning to work together with somebody brand new and to see how other people work, and everything's a journey, and it's always different on every single set. When you have people who are passionate, it's just like making music. You know, I've been in a band before, and I know what it means when you're clicking and you feel so good about those things. And, you know, that's what I got from this, which, you know, to me is a blessing. I know that I've not worked with a lot of the people on this production for the last time. So it was really special to me. But the Scum and Villainy, when we first started shooting and when I started finally getting makeup for the Junari character, that was so much fun to me. You know, there we are.
My favorite shots right here.
Yeah, I loved it. Loved it.
And and another thing too, again, like just how much we all work together. Like, you really made this makeup possible because you offered to buy the prosthetic, and we found one that wasn't going to break the bank.
Yeah.
But we found one that was really high end.
Super.
And Paulina made that wig. So that wig is actually, it's a fall that I had for a long time from when I dressed up as Poison Ivy one year for Halloween. And we just needed something. And I was like, it was already starting to get a little funky. Like, just it was getting a little messy. And I was like, can you do something with this? And she was like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do. And she took it and she was like, I'm going to make it like, you know, like an islander, like a Trinidadian, like somebody that I grew up with. And we're like, yeah, cool.
It was perfect.
Yeah. She showed it to her mom and like different family members, and they had signed off on it. Like, it's a really cool looking wig. I like that it's not, I guess we'll get into this later with her, but it's really cool when you see it because it's not just dreadlocks.
Yeah, it's very realistic. I loved it. It made me reminisce about the old days when I actually had dreadlocks.
Oh.
Mother Nature decided to do her cruel thing that she does.
This is another thing that we can just talk about that we laughed so much about because you and I both played aliens, and I chose a completely hairless species. You chose a completely hairy species. And we found out when we got into makeup that I have a ton of fine baby hairs all over all of my skin. They cannot airbrush me because I just get this glow. It only hits my hair. It doesn't even get on my skin. You, on the other hand,
oh my God,
are baby smooth even on your arms.
Oh, it was all smooth, easy.
Which is like crazy to me. So we had a laugh because it was like,
it was great.
We should have planned this slightly better. Oh well.
Oh man.
Whatever.
Oh man, I was at home trying to get rid of anything that I had. I was like, shave it all off. Like, I didn't hurt. So a funny thing about that is we filmed that. I kept it all on.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe we filmed it around a Halloween time.
Probably.
I went to pick up my child at school in that entire costume. And their entire in elementary school, they went crazy. They went crazy. Yeah,
they didn't know who you were. They just thought it was great.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh my god!" It was great. It was great.
So I don't know if anyone can see it, but like one of the things that's cool. Well, you can't really see it in this picture. So Junari's backstory is that he's been trying to become a bounty hunter for a long time. To like his family got taken by slavers, right? And so he wants to become a bounty hunter, avenge his family, make the cool money, all that stuff. And for one reason or another, he just cannot get accepted by any of the houses. So his answer is to like work his way in through the bounty hunter bar where everybody lives or works and stuff. And the way he got in was because the bartender, who was the bartender or bar back or whatever, got shot. And he took his clothes. So that shirt is all raggedy and there's a hole in it and there's blood around the hole. And like we took, I think something Zack has touched on this. One of the things that we all really love about Star Wars is the backstories, whether you get to see it on screen or not. They're just so full and so rich.
Yeah.
And we brought that to your character and also to the bartender who's standing next to you, Matthew Camacho. He is our kind of by accident. We decided he's a clone. So he shows up in like every single bar. We just decided to do this as a running joke.
I think and I thought that was such a cool idea. And by the way, let me just say that Matthew Camacho, he's another fellow hustler, trying to make it, trying to do it, and doing it. And he's in one of the people I admire very, very much. He's just one of those guys who is just always saying yes.
He shows up all the time. And I remember the first time after he came on set, he asked me, he was like, is it possible for me to play another character so I can get some more screen time? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. No, you're going to be like, every time there's a bartender, you're the bartender. Yeah. And he was like, oh, and I was like, yeah, I don't know if you're going to have lines or not, but you're always going to be the bartender.
I mean, that's so great.
And he was like, oh, cool. I was like, yeah. And then he wrote, so we told him the concept that every bartender is kind of, they're not just a clone, but they're a messed up clone who's like, they're like really damaged war veterans who can no longer fight. And so they've just taken up this job as bartenders across the galaxy. So that's why we keep running into them.
Bartenders.
Yeah. And so he wrote this crazy, like long, awesome story about what happened to them and how they came to be bartenders. I mean, I was like, bro, he gave it to me. I was like, dude, this is incredible. And he was like, oh yeah, I write.
That's all. Yeah, he does it all. Like, no, I'm telling you, he does it all. He is always grinding it out. He does everything. Yeah, he's great.
And it's just kind of like, this is just an amazing thing. I think you attract, it's just kind of the law of attraction that you attract to, you like attracts like, right? Yeah. So, and the more of us that came together, I mean, anybody who was not as dedicated, or like you said, who was not really that interested in sci-fi or didn't really care about Star Wars, we weeded them out really fast.
Very quickly.
Yeah.
Because some of the people just looked at it as an acting gig or something that they could put onto their DB page to say that they did it. That was never, something that I was thinking about. I was thinking Star Wars the whole time. Mm-hmm. I was just thinking Star Wars. But yeah, and I was thinking, when I came up with that character, Junari, I was thinking I wanted to just be in this universe.
Yeah.
I wanted to just be there in this universe, and whatever happened to me, I could use, and that's I was Meisner trained anyway. That's the Meisner way. So do whatever you need to do. I'm going to react to it however I can, so. This has been incredible.
So I want to dig in with you and ask you about what it's like performing in the prosthetic, because I just got painted and I had the thing on top, but I didn't have, you basically have a foam mask on your face, and it really transforms the structure of your face. So talk about that.
That, I mean, you get used to it. The itching gets a little weird, but like when you stretch your mouth a little bit, it helps. I'll tell you, the hardest thing to deal with were the contacts.
Mm-hmm.
My species was cat-like.
Yeah.
And they kept going crooked sometimes.
Yeah.
So I had full makeup on and I had to keep adjusting them so they were straight. So that was really difficult. But for me, being in a costume, and my wife would attest to this, and my kids, because we do Comic-Con like no other.
Yeah.
I love being in costume.
Shout out, somebody got a photo with the Mark Hamill. What?
It made me feel so like it transforms me. It's like it's like the extra icing on the cake for an actor, for me at least, because it not only helps me, it helps me transform into that whoever I'm being, and just be looking like that. It comforts me for some reason. I love it. I love it.
It was really, really cool. It was really, really cool. Yeah, and that was something that was kind of the big thing that you wanted to get out of this project too, is you wanted to have experience and to show that you can perform in that level of makeup.
That was huge for me. And everything you do out here, or wherever you are, whatever craft you're doing, not just acting, but when you can find little nuggets of things that give you experience, that give you know-how, and that help, and is, this doesn't sound big to some people, but that gives you confidence.
Mm-hmm.
But when that happens, it's a true gift, because it helps you take energy, nervous energy, and other things that you would use for negative ways, and it helps you channel those into positive ways when you're performing or whatever discipline you're trying to do. There's so much to it, and being able to find those building blocks and turn them into things that you can put and pull out of your toolbox is awesome. Yeah,
that is really cool. Is there anything specifically different or more challenging about acting in the facial prosthetic that you don't, aside from the itching and those kinds of things, is there anything different than when you're acting just with your normal self?
Yes, because facial expressions are different. I've had, been blessed with the opportunity to be on some other television shows and things like that, and streaming shows where I do have to use my facial expressions. And, there's so much repetitiveness in our business and in this line of work. I don't think most people don't know how much repetitiveness there actually is. And to be able to have the exact same facial expressions every single time for the director and the photographer, sometimes can be hard, especially when you're asked to change a line or to change a feeling. It starts getting into your head and what you're doing with your mouth and with your nose and whether you're blinking, and things like that. So yeah, you think about it. That's another reason I actually like doing the prosthetics, because I don't have to worry about my face. I know what I look like, and it has a lot of eye movement now. That like whether my eyes are bigger or smaller, or my eyebrows. That's where my focus is, instead of what's already been done by the lovely Paulina, who I know is going to be on this show later. And big shout out, big ups to Paulina. She's awesome.
I will say this. One of the things that was the most surprising to me when I got into full makeup, because I think that the Twi'leks in general are so beautiful, was how many people were scared of me.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I was like, why?
Yeah, there was a little bit of an intimidation factor on your costume. I like that.
It's so that was very surprising to me, and I did not expect it at all.
Yeah, you were badass.
Yeah, I think it made my eyes, which are naturally kind of gray, more silver.
Yeah.
And that was interesting because I initially wanted to get contacts, but I never found the right yellow contacts because I really wanted her to have golden eyes.
Yeah.
Which would have been really interesting and would have really popped out of the yellow. But after seeing some things on Ahsoka that we won't talk about with contacts, I'm kind of glad that maybe that we didn't. So that was interesting. Was there anything like that for you? How people reacted to you that was not in a way that you expected?
People who saw me for the first time were in awe. Actually, they were really impressed. And it's funny too because it's the same for me because I wasn't in front of a mirror the whole time. I got to get up finally and look at the finished product, and I was also in awe. I was like, I had no idea that we were going to be in something of this quality, or it was going to look like this. And that, it was an intimidation. Like I told you, I went and picked up my kid. I walked in, and literally, you felt a wave of, oh my gosh. Oh, like it was great. And even on set, anyone walking in for the first time was like, damn. I didn't realize they just didn't realize it was it was fantastic work. I was so pleased and so pleased in fact that pictures of me, I use that professionally all the time.
Yeah, we use your pictures all the time too. Every once in a while I'm like, should I ask? No, we have permission. It's our because it's so cool and it's funny because so this is the other thing that was supposed to happen with Junari. And again, because of scheduling conflicts, it kind of didn't quite work out that way. We wanted you to be in the background a lot. And then have this one episode where you come out as like the main character.
With all the stuff that I had stolen.
With all the stuff that you had stolen all through all the other episodes.
Right.
And so even now, because we haven't shot that one, I have people go, why do you have this shot in here? Like, who cares that he stole that? Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
I was like, just go with it. Just trust me. It's necessary. Yeah. If we make a season 2, it really matters. Just let it go, which we may not. But if we do, it matters. I promise. And it's kind of funny because that was a question that came up a couple times where people were like, why would you spend all this time putting people through this much makeup and then not give them close-ups? And I was like, because they're just in the background. And I want when people look in the background to not see a bunch of humans.
Yeah, exactly.
To see a bunch of whatever. And you'll get your close-up.
Yeah.
And we gave you one because we couldn't help it. You're just so dang pretty. So.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it was great. It was and if there's a season 2, that'd be awesome. I don't see this world collapsing.
Yeah.
And one day we may, go back and enter it,
Yeah. I honestly, for whomever's watching, which I would like to develop something different that's ours if we are going to move forward and make our own world, our own galaxy, so that we could actually, like the same concept. I love this concept of alien bounty hunters running all over a wild and diverse galaxy. But I definitely would like to do something that's original and that's ours that we could put out on TV. And
I would too.
Show.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's always great.
Yeah.
That's always great. So yeah.
That's always great. But if anybody from Disney happens to see this and would like to develop out the Bounty Hunter series with us, we're open to that as well. Just putting that out in the universe.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's there.
All right. I'm going to give the two of us a little bit of a break. So if you need to take a walk or something, I'm going to play this video that is, where is it? That is 2 minutes long.
Okay.
Yes. Let me see. This is the right one. When it decides to pop up. Well, maybe I'll just play both of them. So I'm going to play a couple of videos back to back. If you're just joining us, you can definitely go to that link at the bottom. I'm going to leave that up to go to Hourglass 24, and you can donate there. You can see what the different tiers are that are available, and we'd love to see you there. Oh, here, this is the one I want to do. So we'll add this to stream. All right, and we'll see you on the other side of this video.
That's better. It's amazing what sound does for a scene, right? Even more amazing is what color grading and score does to change the tone of a scene. We have just finished all of the editing, all of the VFX for the entire season of Seize&Deliver. No, wait, not like that. This is happy news. There you go. It's amazing to look back at the creative efforts of our team. We cannot wait to share this series that we've poured our hearts into with the world. All that's left to do is coloring, composing, sound effects, and mixing, and planning a viewing party. We are so close, and that's where you come in. See, we could keep chipping away at post-production as time allows, as we have free time in our schedules, and we'll get it done eventually. Not very exciting. Or we could raise some finishing funds and knock it out in about 90 days. And then we could be watching this by the end of the year. I'm here to invite you to get involved one last time on this super fun project right before we release.
Did you hear that?
$8,000 covers original music, a robust sound effects library, a professional colorist, and renting out a space for a viewing party. I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What self-respecting hunter wouldn't? Perks. You get perks. Everyone who donates to Seize&Deliver will be included in the special thanks section at the end of each episode. Now after that, you get to choose from some other really fun stuff. Progress reports, early viewing access, a personalized video from cast, invitation to the viewing party, a personalized digital bounty hunter license, an executive producer credit with a title card, and mention on IMDb. When we say we want you involved, we mean it. Just remember this. Empires may rise, republics may fall, but the Bounty Hunters Guild is forever. Don't you want to be a part of that? What are you waiting for? Get out there, pick a perk, join in on the fun. And better yet, share this with some of your friends who are also Star Wars Bounty Hunter nerds.
You are going to tell this story.
Speak.
I'm a very determined individual when there's something I want. I will find you.
Look, I'm already here, so you're already dead.
The amount you bleed is your call.
Kefteris. Owes me 300 credits and a Wumpa. A Wumpa!
That's when the fight started.
What? Oh, all right, and we're back. I'm gonna put my headphones back in so I can actually hear what's happening. There we go. Hello, and welcome back. I think, let's see, this portion is scheduled to be at this part. There we go. It's scheduled to be special effects. And it's really hard for me to show any of the special effects without giving away what we did. So let me see what I can pull. Jansen, have you seen much of the special effects? Are you muted? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, I have seen very little of the finished product due to just busyness, and you know how my life is. I'm always running.
That's okay. I've been pretty closed off with it, actually. I have not showed a ton.
Well, that's good. You don't want anybody to see it yet?
Because it's pretty cool. Yeah, we don't want to give stuff away. But I have somewhere, let me see if I can find it. I wish I'd thought of it before, so I apologize. But I know that I have, let's see, screen recording somewhere of working on stuff. So I'll just jump into this, and then Jansen, I'm going to let you ask me some questions if you have any or if you think of anything.
Okay.
But my whole goal in life from a child was to be, just be an actor. And as some people have mentioned here before, that started to be kind of frustrating. I didn't like just having to be, oh, here, yeah, I've got a bunch of screen recordings. I didn't like, I wanted to be the person in charge a little bit. I wanted to start making stuff for myself so that I could show that to people. And then anyway, but I also studied writing. So I had that. So I figured, okay, I'll write something for myself. I didn't want to produce it because I knew some creepy producers. Then I finally came to terms with I'm not going to be a creepy producer, so it's okay. And then with this project, after we produced it and so many of our editors had to back out, it was like, well, I know how to sort of edit because I've had to edit stuff for acting reels. And I felt like I had taken iMovie as far as it could go. And so then I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just learn Premiere Pro. And that actually came pretty easy. And I was really adamant, at least when I told myself I was really adamant about not learning special effects. But it had to get done, right? So yeah. I jumped into After Effects, and Ken Hall helped me a bunch with figuring out some of the things. And then eventually I took it a little further than what he was able to teach me. And I did not like After Effects at first, but then I got used to it and started to really enjoy it and like it. And then all of a sudden I started doing all this crazy stuff because, you know, a producer who knows how to make special effects is pretty freaking dangerous.
So,
all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I really hate that floor. It drives me nuts. So I'm just going to cut it out and put a new floor in.
So would you call yourself, I would think that you were, but would you think that you have more talent now than you did before we started doing this this whole production?
I have more skills.
Okay. That's the word. That's the word.
I have more skills. Yeah. Because if I'm honest, so I've been drawing and taking art classes from a private tutor since I was in 3rd or 4th grade. And continued that. And then in high school, took art class. And then also took animation in high school. So I did learn how to like create a zoetrope, do flip books, and do stop motion animation, do the flat cutout style animation, which was originally how they did like South Park, was with physical paper before they were able to do that digitally. And then 3D animation, clay animation. So I did learn all of that. And definitely when I started getting into After Effects, I used a lot of that, like knowledge base. So it was kind of interesting to pull it up and go, oh, I sort of already know how to do this. It was also really wild and exciting because you can make keyframes and you don't have to animate every single step. You can just do the keyframes and it fills in the gap for you. And I was like, oh, this is amazing.
Wow. Blows me away. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was really exciting and fun. And go ahead. Sorry.
I said, no, I was saying very cool.
Yeah. And then, so this one that we're watching the screenplay back there, at some point I was like, geez, I need to like record my screen doing this stuff so that I can show people. I have a time-lapse version of this, which this is apparently not, but I'm just going to let it play while we talk.
Okay.
So this was exchanging day for night. So this was really, this one was really interesting. So first of all, fortunately, the sky was blue. There were no clouds. And so it was pretty easy to key it out.
Okay.
I just used a color key the same way you would use for a blue screen or a green screen on the sky. There was a hot spot because of the sun, so I had to mask that part out. And then this one, I think I was a little overthinking it. I made the sky a 3D layer, and then I keep adjusting it to like match the perspective, but it's the flippin' sky. Now when I watch it back, I'm like, geez, Natalie, who cares? We have different shots. We have a straight on shot, and then we have this one that's kind of an up angle. And I wanted to make sure that my background matched the angle of the camera in those different shots because I'm over analytical and think too much like that. So there you go. I don't even know if you can tell in the finished playback, but it was important to me at the time.
Oh, no, I get it. I totally get it.
So, so I did that. And then I played with how to color correct. That's Ben. That's Benjamin. And I played with how to color him to make him look like it's nighttime, because obviously right now you can tell while it's moving around, like the color on him does not match what's going on with the sky at all.
No, yeah, totally.
Yeah, and then here's the other little bit of a challenge is he has dark skin. So how do I make him look like he's there at nighttime without losing any of the definition on his face?
Huh.
So, and because we shot this at like high noon, he has so much shadow.
God, yeah, wow.
So I was really nervous about doing this and making it look good without losing, the definition stuff. And I think actually shooting it at that time worked really, really well because we do have so much shadow.
Yeah.
So that plays into it being night, but then we do have those really strong highlights. So then I just had to change the highlights to match the sky.
That picture.
Yeah. So and now it's like my favorite shot. I love this shot so much.
Be a Seize&Deliver poster.
I mean, I keep using it because I look at this hero shot. Like, dang, this is like my first time playing with curves and stuff too. When I watch it back on the fast forward version, because I just love watching that, there's a moment somewhere in this color correcting where I wish I had stopped, and I feel like I took it a little bit too far. But yeah, it had to be curves. If anybody's watching this and thinking, why didn't you use the regular Lumetri values? Because I needed to change the actual color value of the highlights and the shadows. I needed the shadows to be blue. I needed the highlights to be that red pink so that he matched the background, but then couldn't go away. And I didn't want the white of his shirt to be too white.
Yeah.
So, and then there was a point where I feel like I went too dark, and then I brought it back up because there is a lot of light happening in the sky. So
yeah, exactly. No, I think it works.
Yeah, it works really cool. And then the funny thing is that the other shots, we didn't have this crisp of an edge around the people, and especially the grass and stuff that is on the floor in the other shots. So it turned out getting in this heavy blue line around everyone. But I just used it and made it look like an old VHS tape. And so when I was watching through the tutorials, they were explaining how to put a blue line around people to make them look like it was an old VHS tape. I was like, oh, I don't have to do that. It's already there.
Yeah.
And if you look at like old, like some of the first, if you can get like one of the like first VHS tapes that came out for A New Hope, or not A New Hope, the second one where they're on Hoth.
Okay, the Empire Strikes Back.
Yes. Before it was digitally remastered, you'll see a blue line around everyone. Because I saw it on a blue screen, and the cameras at the time didn't have enough definition. So this is where he went too dark, but I had to layer it to get the shadows dark enough, and then I had to layer it over the top and then reduce the opacity of that really dark shadow layer. So that was how I got that white out. That's what I wasn't able to get it the way I wanted it. So there's like several different layers of color to make him look in a way that made my crazy brain happy.
And so it looks great.
Thanks. So yeah, and then I ended up adding another layer to make it look more like a VHS tape, which is extra crazy. But it sells. It works really well for the episode.
Yeah. Nice.
So that's a fun one.
Then he gets thrown over a chair.
He gets thrown over somebody's shoulder.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that.
No, that was a crazy day. This is what it ended up looking like. So I brought down the vibrancy to make it look a little older and flatten the color out. Just crazy. I worked on this for a long time.
I mean, I can tell. Jeez.
But it was a lot of fun.
Oh,
and now I use it to show people.
I said, no, it looks great. I mean, you've been working on this for what, 2 years?
Yeah. So since we stopped shooting, and then, the pandemic happened, and I went to my parents' house because it was supposed to be really temporary, and I was going to be traveling a lot for work. And then I was just going to crash there until I built up a savings to go back to LA and get a place by myself. And then the pandemic hit, so I got stuck at home. And so I was like, okay, well, what are we going to do? I'm going to move forward. I'm going to just figure this out.
Yep. And you've been in Arizona since.
I've been in Arizona since, yeah. And it's fine. It's so hot.
It's hot in LA today as well. It's supposed to be record-breaking heat all over the country, apparently. But it's like degrees here.
That's awesome. Let me see if I can find another one. Let's see. I'll pull another video. What do we have? We could pull this one. I'll try to scrub through and make it go faster. So this was interesting because, is that playing? Which one is playing? Let's see, let's remove this. Oops. Oh, it is playing. So what happened here is, unfortunately, the purple on me is very similar to the gray of the background, just the way it was lit and everything. So, so to bring the purple of, I don't even say me, of Sansry's skin out off of the gray, I had to put a mask around it and color it separately. And this is where you step outside of really color correcting and you're into special effects. This is a cool little hack that you can. Awesome. Yeah, and you can put a mask around something and track it all the way across, and it does a fairly good job. You just have to go back through and correct the mask because it doesn't match perfect.
Huh.
If it was just a face, I could just put like an oval around your face if I just needed to make your face brighter.
Yeah.
And After Effects will just track wherever your head goes.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and then we can color correct or really grade just your, because I learned that terminology, that color correcting is when you bring something from raw footage into the full color, and then grading is the more creative aspect of it. And this, you can see like it didn't need to be totally perfect because it's just enough to get that. And then
showing everybody, this is why editors get paid so much money in Hollywood. This is some tedious, hard work.
This is some tedious work. I'm crazy enough that I love the tedious work because I love watching it back at the end.
Yeah, man, I mean, wow.
But it is a lot because you're having to go through and individually move every single one of these markers, make sure that it matches up and, all the way through. And then what's funny is that typically an editor will not do this. A VFX artist will do this. Not every person who does color does this. But because I learned how to do all this stuff, I've been finding more work as an editor because it turns out I'm not the only person that had a hard time finding an editor. But you do find also a lot of people that think this is what every editor does. And it's not.
Oh. Yeah.
Lots of editors don't do this.
Yeah, the editor does it, shoots it off to the colorist, he shoots it off to the design. I mean, it's such a process.
Wow. Such a process, and it's so much that goes into it. But it's, for me, it's always that the big payoff is watching it back at the end. Like when you do stop motion animation, that is super tedious as well.
Very much so. And this is something else that well, with how the things are right now, everything's always bringing me back to this. But this just shows you how many people are suffering right now because of a strike. Yeah. It's like a lot of people outside of Atlanta and Vancouver and Los Angeles and London and a couple of other places. They're looking like, why are those guys on strike? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? And they're like, well, they don't realize it's not just us. Yeah. It's hundreds of thousands of other, gig workers and people in unions and carpenters and chefs and drivers and just hundreds of thousands of people who are not working right now. And, it just shows. And these are people, very highly skilled people, who aren't able to work or do what they're good at. And it's
Yeah.
It's so this is the I've had to explain this to a couple of family members because they were like, so can you like what's going on? Like why is this happening? Like what is it? And as soon as I explained it to them, they get it immediately. They're like, oh, this is not about the top tier actors. It's about everybody. And I'm like, oh yeah. And here's the thing too, like when you talk about, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second, but it says we have 0 viewers, so nobody can get mad at me. So whenever somebody watches this back, whatever, I don't care. But when SAG is talking about, putting into negotiations that they could scan somebody's face and use their likeness and perpetuity in the background for using AI to do that, what the implication of that goes beyond even those actors. Like number one, it's completely wrong for you to pay them for 1 day of work. But number two, you think that AI is going to be able to replicate that human being and put it in the background without a VFX artist?
No.
So that's going to affect the VFX industry. And the VFX industry, the more I study it out, is so very fascinating to me, and I get very super passionate about it because special effects is one of my favorite parts of sci-fi. It's because it's how you create these like other worlds, and I'm so fascinated. I've always been so fascinated by special effects and the mix of practical effects with computer graphics. I think we're getting into a really nice balance at this day and age. But the thing that's really frustrating is that for anyone to think that AI can just do it all, it's never perfect. It takes a human to come in and make little adjustments and kind of fix it. It's kind of like even when you're tracking a mask, it doesn't track perfectly because we see something and our brain interprets, like this picture that we're looking at right now of us on the screen. Our brain interprets that as a 3-dimensional object because that's how amazing our brain is. But the AI still sees that as a flat image. So even when it's tracking something, when I turn my face like that, the oval doesn't change, even though the shape of my face changed. And then that's where it doesn't line up correctly. And I have to change the size of it to match the face. And so it's like, maybe AI will get there eventually and it'll just make things easier for artists. But to think that you can make this stuff without a human element, and even if you can, who wants to watch that?
I know. It's getting a little weird.
So it's this thing that like people always think that you can make special effects so fast, but you can't. And these big movies that have killed whole special effects houses because, when you start, people always kind of blame the VFX artists for bad special effects. But if you dig into it, it's every single time, it's stuff that's crazy. Like if you look at Cats, for example, this is a great example of it. People will talk down about Cats for all of eternity because the special effects on it sucks.
Yeah.
We can be honest and say that it sucks. But why does it suck? Because of the artists who made it? No, because the director, I'm going to say it, because the director, who is not experienced working with the special effects team, wanted to see fully rendered dailies. Can you imagine?
No, but
I can imagine.
I
do
that.
So because he couldn't imagine what it was going to look like when it was done. Usually you don't start rendering things until you have a locked draft, like a locked edit. Or maybe when you have an almost locked edit, like you'll start rendering when, okay, this sequence is locked. Now we're going to start rendering that. But to render stuff that you end up not even cutting into the film is so ridiculous.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous.
So then what happens is they don't have enough time to get that done and to make it look good. And then what happens is producers set when they're going to release without consulting the VFX department to see if that's even possible. And they just say, okay, you have to have it done by this time. Or they get last minute changes where they have to go back and redo work because somebody wasn't sure what they wanted it to be until they saw it. And so then it takes longer. And because it's set up where they get paid so much for the beginning of the project, they get paid so much for a midpoint, they get paid at the end. Anybody who makes that process take longer means that you're going longer before you get paid, and there's no renegotiation for the time in between. And it's just really interesting. It's another part of our industry that's kind of broken. But this, you know, what's happening with SAG and with the Writers Guild, that plays into the special effects side of it as well.
Yeah.
It's those insane demands that have to be answered. So
right on.
So that's my soapbox. I will step off it.
Okay.
I got your message, and I don't know. Let's see. Paulina is joining us very, very soon, which will be super exciting.
Cool.
And I need to find a way to, like, I don't know how else to share this.
Yeah, my daughter, who is a champion, who is autistic, who was born 22 weeks at 1 pound.
Wow.
And started college today for the first time.
Wow.
And I'm so proud of her. You know, she's one of my idols. She is one of the strongest people I know. Just to be alive, she fought the greatest fight ever. And she started college today in Pasadena, and that's what I was running to do, but I had to run. So I'm really proud of her and excited.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. What else can I ask you about? You have tons of great stories. Before you go, why don't you go ahead and just plug yourself, where people can find you? Yes.
Yeah. So what I've been working on the past year, I like I said, told everybody, I always told them, I'm a huge sci-fi fan. And when I was younger, I started reading this series of books written by an author, a fabulous author named Robert Jordan. It's called The Wheel of Time. I met some like-minded people who asked me to come on a show that they had on YouTube called The Way of the Leaf. And we all clicked so well that they immediately asked me to be a co-host of the show. And it's called Tavern Talk with The Way of the Leaf. And it's every Sunday at 4:00 Pacific time. And we've got some really great people, and we do some really great deep dives into this series of books. And if you are a fan of The Wheel of Time, the television show or the book series, I encourage you to come watch us, have a good time. We love getting questions. And that is what I am most, that's what the biggest thing going on right now. I did just sign with a new agent, and that is really exciting for me. So you guys might see me in some more things out there when you click on the TV or go to the film and watch one.
That is awesome. I'm reading through some of our comments that have not, for some reason, been coming through on StreamYard, but I can see them over here on Facebook. So Omri checked in. Wanted to say thanks to Omri for checking in. Thanks to Alman for checking in and asking if he could watch it later. We should be able to send this in later. James Hunter said that he can't wait to see it. We can't wait to show it to you. It's pretty cool, if I do say so myself, especially for, yeah, I think it's come up several times that you think you have to throw so much money at something, and you can get away with a lot. I think when you don't have money, it forces you to be more creative.
Yes.
And find other solutions.
Yeah, and like I was talking about earlier, and it forces you to ad-lib with things. It's, you know, people don't realize how much lighting costs, how much even just one extra light that you don't have might break the budget. You know, it's,
yeah,
you know, it's it's deciding on Subway instead of Firehouse Subs. There's so many things that you do.
There's so many things, and it's funny how many times somebody would say, "Oh, you could just go get some metal brackets at the store. You could just go pick these up." And I'm like, "Yeah, just pick them. Yeah, for sure. With what cash?
Yeah, so give us the money. We'll go do it.
Yeah.
I mean, those costumes that we all got together. A lot of us, like Junari's costume. The main part of his costume, not the shirt, but the boots and everything. That was an old fly fisherman's thing I got at the Goodwill for like $9, and it ended up being awesome. So it's
we were digging into that Army surplus.
We sure
like crazy. And what's funny is now when you go back and watch Star Wars and any other sci-fi thing, you're like, oh, Army surplus, Army surplus, Army surplus.
Totally. I mean, I do that with everything. Every film I watch, every show I watch it by scene because I'm like, wow, that was a scene. That was awesome. That was awesome. So yeah, it's but doing this
here
has me
show up all over the place.
And all I think of is us.
Yeah.
That's all I think of. And I think of everything they did. And I look at all the little things. I'm like, oh, that's tape. But it's great. It's awesome.
Yeah. And I find that encouraging as well, because then I think, okay, well, if they could do that with tape, totally fine for us to do that,
Exactly.
And it's amazing what you can get away with some cardboard and some paint.
Oh yeah. And a little dark lighting.
And I'll tell you something else that is fun about sci-fi on the practical effects side is that it looks better when you use a whole bunch of different found objects. I almost said trash, but kind of trash. Recycled pieces.
Oh yeah. It looks great.
Yeah, it just looks really cool because it adds a mass production.
And I don't want to get in too much because Paulina is coming on soon and she's great to talk about makeup and costume. But, there were some challenges, like, some of the things like in Star Wars in their world, there's no zippers.
Right.
So you have to, figure out how you're going to do, that's like Velcro and tape are huge, because there's no zippers. So it's, there's all those little challenges that you have to figure out and find.
Yeah. That came up a whole bunch.
Oh, yeah.
So, again, for anybody who's checking in and watching us, go to hourglass24.com and you can make a donation to help us finish this project. And you can also see what kind of really cool perks we made for you when you join us. And it's really cool. We made some cool stuff. I made a bounty hunter license for Junari already, which is cool looking. I'm so that was a hard one to learn. I'm so stinking proud of myself. I was like, I know there's a way to do this.
That was so much fun. I'm gonna make a t-shirt out of that.
Oh my gosh, do it. And then share the animated thing because it looks really cool when it's on.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, so I'm trying to see how I can invite more people. I don't know what I'm doing. As per most of this whole production, we just kind of jump in with both feet and see what happens. So we've had 2 people make a pledge already, and I just want to say thank you to you. I don't know how to find out who it was. I saw a couple people.
My mom.
Oh, is it your mom?
So.
Aw, thanks, Mom. That's awesome. Love it.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, if you got to bounce, that is time. Got to go get your daughter. That's exciting. I think I'm going to play this video again.
Okay. Guys, come watch us. And again, Natalie, thank you. You are the hardest working woman I know in show business. And it's been a joy every single year that I've known you. So it's been great.
Well, thank you. Again, I cannot thank you enough. I'm very, very grateful for you being a part of this project because, you've become the heart of it too in a big way, I think, in my opinion anyway, just because you're always around, you're always there with a big smile, and just nobody can be sad around you. It's not even possible.
Thank you. I love that.
You could be having a rough day and Jansen walks in the door and you're like, I'm fine. Where'd that cloud go? It's gone.
Thank you so much.
True.
All right.
Thank you.
Of course.
Bye. Okay, we're going to play this one.
That's better. It's amazing what sound does for a scene, right? Even more amazing is what color grading and score does to change the tone of a scene. We have just finished all of the editing, all of the VFX for the entire season of Seize&Deliver. No, wait, not like that. This is happy news. There you go. It's amazing to look back at the creative efforts of our team. We cannot wait to share this series that we've poured our hearts into with the world. All that's left to do is coloring, composing, sound effects, and mixing, and planning a viewing party. We are so close, and that's where you come in. See, we could keep chipping away at post-production as time allows, as we have free time in our schedules, and we'll get it done eventually. Not very exciting. Or we could raise some finishing funds and knock it out in about 90 days. Then we could be watching this by the end of the year. I'm here to invite you to get involved one last time on this super fun project right before we release.
Did you hear that?
$8,000 covers original music, a robust sound effects library, a professional colorist, and renting out a space for a viewing party. I know what you're thinking. What's in it for me? What self-respecting hunter wouldn't? Perks. You get perks. Everyone who donates to Seize&Deliver will be included in the special thanks section at the end of each episode. Now after that, you get to choose from some other really fun stuff. Progress reports, early viewing access, a personalized video from cast, invitation to the viewing party, a personalized digital bounty hunter license, an executive producer credit with a title card, and mention on IMDb. When we say we want you involved, we mean it. Just remember this. Empires may rise, republics may fall, but the Bounty Hunters Guild is forever. Don't you want to be a part of that? What are you waiting for? Get out there, pick a perk, join in on the fun. And better yet, share this with some of your friends who are also Star Wars bounty hunter nerds.
Oh, cool. Hello,
Hey.
Ken. Oh,
Hey, how's it going?
good to see you. And we are back. And let's see, I'm going to put this on a split screen like this. And I'm going to get rid of this banner so that it shows your name and who you are. There you go. Sound designer, production, sound mixer. This man, again, every person who's come on to this live stream has been somebody who is hugely instrumental to the whole production. So Ken is fantastic at shooting camera, at mixing and designing sound. He was there with us at the beginning, helping us shoot some of, like, one of our very first episodes. He's helped with special effects so much to figure out, like, what the heck I was doing. All kinds of stuff. So
yeah, I'm in the middle of my work day here, so.
I know.
But you know.
So it was like touch and go. We were not even sure if you were going to be able to come on, but I'm glad that you
exactly.
could.
Yeah.
So
Well,
this is our sound design segment. Woo!
Yay! Yeah.
So talk to me about sound design. What got you into it? What makes you excited for it?
I think it's the most creative part of the industry. I really do. I mean, obviously, visual effects is probably the next creative, but you know, you have sound is a huge part of the movie. If you really look at it, it's probably about at least half of the production. The quality of the movie is the sound. So it really helps to. It's fun. It's just a creative thing.
Did you get into it through music, or were you just always interested in what things sound like?
Well, believe it or not, I started doing sound in theater, just doing theater stuff, doing live. I've been doing live sound for years. In fact, I work at Universal Studios doing live sound at the theme park. So you know, it's a very creative part of the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I mean, you know, when you're creating an environment, you're creating audio, an atmosphere. So, and it's that, and then the music dovetailing into that really helps a lot with the mixing.
It's been fascinating for me to learn, as I mentioned earlier today, that I really just wanted to be an actor, and that was it from the beginning. But getting to see everything all the way through, the tone of the scene, it completely changes when you add music. When you see like your raw daily
totally amazing.
performance,
Yeah, totally. Yeah, if you ever
it's so flat until you add the sound design.
That's right. If you ever do it, there's a funny experiment to take Jurassic Park, the most scariest scene in Jurassic Park. Turn off the sound. This is an experiment, and watch it. It's not scary anymore. You know, the jumps don't work. Nothing works, and it's like nothing works. The Velociraptors start to look like rubber puppets, and it's literally like you know, it really is almost funny, you know, to watch. You start to see things like start to see the stunt people and various things that you wouldn't normally see because you're covering your eyes because the music is telling you to.
Yeah.
The music tells you to cover your eyes. It gives you that preemptive, you know, thing that, you know, get you to something's coming, you know. So that's what that is. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with sound design. Sound design, the sound that the Velociraptors make is something that just makes your skin crawl, and that's designed on purpose to scare people.
Yeah,
you know, and you know, there's things like Jaws. In the movie Jaws, you never see the shark except for maybe 2 or 3 times in the movie, and you know, it's like the sound is what scares you. The dun 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 dun.
Yeah. And it's that crescendo of it, that it starts off slow and then it builds and builds and builds.
It kind of builds up, exactly.
Coming closer to you. Yeah.
Even
before it does.
Yeah, and plus, you know, with sound, you create the whole, you can create the whole room where there isn't anything there. Like you're shooting in a room. Like, I don't know if anyone ever saw the teaser that we did, first teaser we did, when you're with a Twi'lek bounty hunter. Remember that sequence that we did, the very first teaser that we did, and that there was no running water sink, there was no any of that stuff was, but all the sound created that whole environment. So
there's another shot in Bravado of Innocence where one of the bounty hunters cuts down a child with a lightsaber.
The lightsaber, right? And we had the actual lightsaber.
Shoot that because obviously there's no blood in Star Wars. So and Zack decided, or we all kind of came together and decided that the best thing to do would just be show the kid and then show the blue light from the lightsaber pop up which cut back on visual effects we had to do. We didn't have to make the lightsaber come out or show it swiping across or anything. We just see the kid and we see the light come on. But the thing that really sold it was the sound effect.
The sound effect of the lightsaber.
When it turns on. Yeah.
That really, it sells it. I mean,
and then we just cut to black and just and hear the other actress just scream.
Right.
That's all you need.
That's right. Yeah, sound is a huge part of it. It really helps. And the sound effects and the quality, you can't be everywhere all at once, on the set. Yeah. So, the sound of footfalls and things like that, they are very, you have to either do it in a big studio somewhere, or you can buy the sound effects. And that's part of what we're doing this fundraising.
Exactly.
Is to get the sound effects library big enough to do it, to get everything we need to be able to do this professionally.
Right, because we can buy a very good sound effects library for a fraction of the cost of renting a soundstage. Create Foley ourselves.
Yeah, to do the Foley would be very cost prohibitive. Very
expensive. It's really fun to go back and watch how they created the sound for the different droids and things in the original Star Wars. But fortunately for us, we don't have to design any of that.
Right. Yeah, it's all made.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that's made. I mean, we can also, do stuff with voices and alter voices to make it sound robot-like, things like that. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and we have a bit of that we're doing. So since you mentioned it, I'm going to pop that lower third back up and just remind everybody that this is a crowdfunding event and it's going on for 24 hours. So you have until tomorrow to donate over at hourglass24.com. You can find the Let's Finish Seize&Deliver project.
For sure.
Where we'll do that there. So yeah, so just a reminder. For that one. Ooh, hold on. Let's see. I need to ask you a question so that I can do something. Here. So tell me about your favorite sound effect that you've or section of sound effects that you've gotten to design, and then also about your favorite that you've seen in a movie or heard in a movie, I should say.
Well, I think the best sound effects I've heard in a movie, in terms of the sequence of sound effects, I think the best ones are the ones that you don't notice. Like you see sound in a film and you don't even notice that the environment is completely created. Like if you watch the entire beginning of the film, any real film, but mainly, I forgot what the name of the film was. I was thinking of, but there, you can create a sound environment. When you have an environment like in the movie 1917, 70% of that film, they had to completely create the sound environment of that whole world, because obviously they were shooting in a time period that was very different, and there's a lot of the sound. They had to replace all the sound, so they had to create an entire environment. So any war scene like that is literally replacing the sound, and it's very ingenious in how they do that. And the sound for 1917 is definitely amazing. And then Saving Private Ryan, the very beginning of that movie, when they're going in for D-Day at the very beginning of that movie, it's just an unbelievable beginning of that. It's probably the best sound I think I've seen in any movie. It's something that you just don't even notice, and that's the best sound, when it's not noticed, and you just kind of accept it. And the scenes are just like, wow. Yeah. As far as me, my own experience. I think my own experience, is just doing scenes for videos that I've done. I mean, I haven't done a lot of sound design myself, just for independently, other than what we do here. I just did it as a fun thing to do. Really, it's kind of a hobby. But yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for a long time, doing this, and I think the most fun I've had is probably doing the one of the films that we did here was really good. It was fun. I did with the stuff when we get into real Star Wars stuff. That's a lot of fun. Using blasters and laser swords and stuff. It's fun.
And laser
I love
swords.
doing it.
Yeah. What do you think about what you said about Saving Private Ryan? Made me think. What do you think about like Dunkirk, where that's
exactly the same situation. I mean, they had to recreate everything. I mean, there was literally no like you're going from a scene with dialogue, up, silence. That's it. They literally go from dialogue to nothing. Dialogue, nothing. Dialogue, nothing. They literally had to create every scene and every single scene. And we had a similar situation with one of the films coming up, one of the ones we did, where when they shot it, it was shot in like a warehouse. I think you guys shot it in like I don't think it was in some sort of parking lot. And you can hear cars and you can hear all the stuff in the background. So all that stuff had to be completely wiped out. I had to completely redo that entire scene, sound-wise, in order to do it. And then even then, the dialogue, it's still a challenge. We're still working on that one.
Yeah.
Because the dialogue is
cleaning it up. One of the things that AI is starting to help us with is separating the dialogue from the background.
Yeah, we need to.
I'm playing around with the new Adobe podcast.
Oh, okay, good.
For some other projects, but it isn't perfect.
Yeah.
And when when the background noise is very loud,
yeah, I mean that particular environment was very loud. Anyway, we're still working on it. If we make that, we'll fix it.
We'll fix it. We'll find something, or we'll find a way to justify the sound to make it scene. That's the other way to go. If you use it or lose it, right?
That's right.
So if you can't lose it, then yeah.
So
that's what we got. That's what we got. What else? What got you into? Well, I kind of already asked you what got you into sound design. You started with theater.
Well, I just did it. I've been doing sound for bands and shows for 30 plus years, and I've been doing, and I just kind of, I have been doing sound design for videos, corporate videos, but not any kind of fiction stuff. You know what I mean? And I always wanted to. I thought it'd be fun. I just never got into it, and it just, and I've done lots of corporate videos and stuff for people, but never having to fully isolate the sound. I'll get rid of and create the whole atmosphere. It's a very hard thing to do, and in terms of having enough sound effects and sound effects library big enough to be able to do it.
Yeah, that'll help us out a lot, and it'll help, because the other thing you can do is mask those sounds that we don't want to hear by putting something else around it.
That's true. That's
true.
It. That is true.
Yeah. Which is again why one of the things we're raising money for is a kick-ass sound library, and you've got your eye on a couple.
Yes, mainly this stuff from Star Wars.
Yeah.
And getting that library from the masters themselves over at Lucasfilm. So. Yeah.
Yeah, and that will help us out a lot, because it's not just it is creating a world that's foreign but needs to feel familiar. It's being on, what did the inside of spaceships sound like, and
Well, to create the environments and to create the, you know, the sounds and the bleeps and the bloops and the, you know, without having to use the same one over and over. You know what I mean? Because that's the thing is like once you use that one bloop for that guy, can you use it again? I mean, sure, if it's the same robot doing that, sure, okay. But if it's not, then you know, so that we got to keep some sort of continuity. So you run out of sound effects fairly quickly if you do when you do that. If you're using, you only have like 5 or 6 robot sounds, and you're kind of whoops. Okay, now what are we going to do?
Right. What do you think is the most like underrated sound effect in film, or like that's so necessary? I mean, I know you touched on this a little bit with the best sound design is the stuff that you don't notice. It's like the guy walking up metal stairs or something like that. But is there anything in particular that stands out as like this has to be there?
I think that the most underrated sound is films like that. You look at it like if you watch a movie and you just like the emotion is so strong in what you just watched. Think about turning off the sound and watching it again and see what created that emotion. Was it the visuals or was it the sound? Most likely it's going to be the sound. It's either the music in combination with the visuals, or it's the sound design combined with the music, you know, and it just creates an emotional reaction psychologically.
Yeah, so, get into that a little bit, like how the sound design plays in with the score. Because they don't.
That's a big thing. Yeah, you have to be in really good communication with the composer. And, you know, and if there's spots where it's going to peak, you have to listen to those points where it's going to peak. And a lot of the time, the composer isn't really in good communication with the sound design. And you're just kind of going along and you have to like, okay, there's a piece of dialogue there at that spot. Well, how is he going to deal with that? And then you got to deal with that. So you either turn it down or he's going to have to move that over a little bit or figure out, put it in a different key or something that isn't going to block the sound of the dialogue. Because one of the things is the music, you know, the sound in anything, any mix of any kind, imagine like a cup of water. There's a certain amount of space, audio space, that you can use up in a mix. And dialogue is a very, very important part of that. And if you're not mixing in surround, you don't really have a dedicated spot for the sound to come from. So like with surround sound, the center channel is basically all dialogue. Well, with you're mixing in stereo, for people that are just going to watch it on their devices, you don't have the surround sound, you don't have any kind of stable place for dialogue to go. So the dialogue has to sit inside the stereo mix, and there still has to be enough room for the audio to fit in that mix. So that's a very big part of, you know, planning. You know, you plan in advance, you know, okay, the sound and the mix is, you know, you want to know, okay, the score has to come down when the dialogue comes in and then it goes back up again and stuff. So, and then it gets a little tricky sometimes when you're using canned music, you know, and when you're not using music that's composed.
Right.
So, which I've done a lot of.
Yeah, and that's another thing. That's another part of what we're raising funds for, is so that we can have all of our music composed. Omri, who is not able to join us today because he's in Israel, and the time difference is quite different. I think it's the middle of the night. I'm sure he's sleeping right now.
16 hours, isn't it? So,
yeah. But he's done a really great job of composing to the scene, but that is something that we kind of always come back to, where we don't realize like maybe we don't want the music to underscore this dialogue. Maybe it's better if we move it over to fill a place where there's no dialogue, so that it kind of helps fill something that sonically is empty, kind of fill that empty space.
Right.
And it's interesting as an editor to see something can feel almost too slow until you put the music under it.
Right. Music fills in the gap.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting to watch some of Tarantino's scenes where he really likes to build that tension by having a lot of silence. I wonder what they would feel like if you take the music out.
Well, it's just the same as like 2001 Space Odyssey, where you have no music at all. And the scenes are just like, you don't know what's going on. And Kubrick did a really good job of just creating tension from having no music. Just having no music at all really created a lot of tension on that ship in the movie. And you can feel it throughout the movie. You didn't know it was going to happen because you had a scene where, the music is usually, lets you know something is about to happen. And
it makes you feel like you're in space with that emptiness.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's part of it. The silence of space is what he really wanted to. I think that's kind of what he wanted to communicate. It's the silence of space. I think that's why he did it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And then you get this. Never mind. I lost my.
The only time he ever had music was the last sequence when he goes into the monolith. That's the only point where music just takes over the whole.
Yeah. And before that, I can't even think of, even when he's in
before that was the can scene at the beginning where they had the classical piece with the monkeys smashing the bones at the very beginning.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think that is one of, there's a joke I recently heard that if you put the Interstellar soundtrack behind anything, it'll make it sound epic.
Oh, of course. Interstellar is one of the best. I mean, it's amazing composition. I mean, that scene in Interstellar with the bookcases.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, that really, that's another scene where they had to fully create everything, audio-wise. There was a couple of dialogue sequences, but everything else was completely generated. There was no sound anywhere other than, they had to create, okay, what does it sound like inside a singularity? You know what I mean? It's like you're inside a wormhole. What does it sound like inside a wormhole? Okay, we'll just crank up the echo and have all these weird sounds of the various and different time periods echoing all over the place, and that's kind of what they did. And it was like you have all these different time periods of things that happened over time inside that room, and that that's kind of the storyline. Is the room is the paradox that kind of saved humanity, so to speak.
Yeah, inside the Tesseract.
Yeah, inside the Tesseract. That's right. Called it a Tesseract. That's right. They did that. It's cool.
I remember it because of the Tesseract from Wrinkle in Time.
I never saw that movie. Wrinkle in Time.
The movie is okay. There's a couple different versions of the movie, but the books are really incredible.
Okay.
I think as a sound designer, you would appreciate the book because the dark planet that they go to is controlled by this brain that has everybody on a metronome.
Oh, wow.
And
that's
every
intense.
single person and thing moves to the metronome. And the main character talks about how it makes you want to breathe to the metronome. You want to every fiber. It's so interesting. I don't know if you've ever experienced that where you're like listening to someone else breathing and you start breathing at the same rhythm and it's kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
and it kind of describes that where it starts to feel very suffocating, and the way that they were able to convey that in the most recent movie. I think they did okay. I can't remember. I think I remember that one.
Kind of reminds me of Dune in the sci-fi world.
Yeah.
Kind of very similar.
Well,
Dune, if you watch the books, there's like 19 books in Dune. So
yeah.
Very similar.
So what is your favorite sci-fi?
Dune. Of all the books-wise, sci-fi Dune is definitely my favorite. Other than that, I would probably go into I don't know. There's several of them that bridge on fantasy, not true sci-fi. But you know, I mean, any of the Game of Thrones fantasy books are good. I like those. Star Trek. I don't read any of the novels though. I haven't read any of the Star Trek novels or Star Wars novels. Mainly because they don't really consider them canon, so it's kind of like they're just kind of making it up as they go along. You know, they're not really part of
they're
canon.
fanfic like us.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in a sense, yeah. But we're creating a whole world that's outside on the bridge of the universe. It's like, it's not really part of it necessarily. It's just there in the background. It's like the non-player character's story.
Yeah, it's a little bit NPCs, I guess. So we could get into that. That is definitely what we wanted to do with this series was just look at who are the people who are indirectly affected by this war, like on the fringes of these Star Wars, right?
That's right. Yeah. And where does it fit? Yeah, that's the other question: is where does it fit on the timeline in Star Wars?
We put it kind of in between the original trilogy and the sequels.
Okay, good.
So somewhere in there.
Same as The Mandalorian.
So I know, right? Which was wild.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it interesting that a story about bounty hunters hits the internet and then, wow, there's a story about bounty hunters in Star Wars.
We did it first. That's all I'm saying.
Someone did it first.
Someone did it first. If only we had released it first. That would be
there you go.
Let's see. So I'm trying to help our next guest get on, which is going to be Paulina. Yeah. So again, if you're watching, wherever you're watching, make sure you go to hourglass24.com, go to Let's Finish Seize&Deliver, and you can make a donation there. You can see what the tier levels are that we created for those donations. Any amount, we're grateful for it. We thank you. And we've already had a couple of people pledge, and we appreciate that. And thank you very much. That's awesome. Okay, so that's what we wanted to do with this one. We wanted it to be kind of our own thing inside of that same world. And for me, that was particularly important because I'm always curious about the non-political side of the story.
That's to me too, yeah.
Yeah, like who are the people that don't really care about the Empire or who don't really care about the Republic? And so one of the things that I love about the bounty hunters is that they have that motto: empires may rise, republics may fall, but the guild stands forever.
Yeah.
And and so for us, that's where we sit kind of in the timeline. It's when, depending on if you're reading Legends or canon, the guild has sort of split into Bosk used to be the head of the organization. His son killed him in a coup to take over. So there's his followers on Trandosha. Those are the lizard people, for anybody who's not familiar. They're over there on Trandosha hanging out. The other half of the guild is over on Coruscant. So our hunters are more part of that Coruscant side.
Cool.
Yeah, which is really fun. All right, Ken, give everybody a plug. Let everybody know where can they find you, your work, what you're doing.
Right now, I have a website. I don't really have it up right now, but I'm working on it. But I'm like I'm doing stuff in the industry, you know, doing sound in various places, mainly live sound right now. But I will, yeah.
What do
I
you
mean,
like
if I
better,
get
live
anything,
sound or recorded sound?
I like doing live sound more because it's. I mean, in terms of, well, that's where I make all my money is doing live sound right now, to be honest. But I love doing recording. I love doing the sound for. I love doing sound design, so it's just a fun thing to do.
Would you ever get into Foley, do you think?
Foley is a whole thing where you have to have a big studio with a lot of stuff. You know, you have to because you know you're dealing with you're creating the actors' movements in a scene, so you got to create the surfaces for every single scene that they're in. So you have to have a big space to be able to do that, and it's quite a little bit of infrastructure to do that. And yeah, you have to build a studio to do it, or you work in a big studio. That's something that I've never attempted to work in a big studio. So that's where I'm at.
Well, cool. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you in general for just always being there whenever I had a question about special effects.
Yeah.
Or
Special
freaked
effects is
out
like a
watching
hobby.
something and was like, oh no.
Yeah, special effects is a huge hobby of mine. I've studied the various different parts of special effects and stuff, and so that's how I got into that. I didn't really try to get into special effects, just kind of doing various video edits myself, learned how to do stuff. So
that's awesome. Well, I'm going to bring in Paulina. She's waiting in the wings. Hold up.
Well, I'm going to take off, but
thank you for joining us.
Get back. Yeah. Hi, Paulina. How are you doing?
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, I got to get back to work here. So,
all right.
Nice to talk to you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
And now we're moving into makeup and costumes.
Yeah.
This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. Is anybody watching right now? I don't know. I feel like I need to make a post on Facebook and just hold on, that needs to happen. I need to tell people right now, get on, because Paulina is on right now. Actually, I'm just going to go. Oh, that's what I should do. Let's see. How do I go live on Instagram? Live. We'll simulcast it this way. It says check connection. I'm live. Okay. So if you're seeing this on Instagram, you need to go and check us out right now, because I'm going live with Paulina, our makeup and costume designer, who is ridiculously amazing and talented. And we're getting into her designs. Freaking awesome. We're on Facebook Live at our event. You can go to my page, Natalie Dolph. You can go to the Seize&Deliver Facebook page. You can also go to the Seize&Deliver YouTube, and you can find us there. It's telling followers that we started live video, telling more people to join the video. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to let that run over there, and we'll see what happens. In the meantime, let's get into it. I pulled some
oh wow
behind the scenes. Taking it back. This was a first makeup test.
Yeah, the first makeup test. You can see how patchy everyone is.
Yes.
We hadn't gotten the colors yet. We hadn't got Kier's scar yet.
We were figuring it out.
Everyone became much more desaturated, actually.
Yes.
we
had to use a lot of white paint.
Yeah, and Pedro Rio, he was fantastic, a great makeup artist to have on set. He did great with this character.
Yeah.
Fantastic work.
Yeah. So before we dive in too much, I'm going to do what I did for everybody else. I'm going to hide this banner so people can see your name. And I'm going to say, welcome, Paulina. need spirit fingers. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. It's been a minute. I'm always
has.
so excited to see your face. Really. You probably didn't see it earlier, but we already were talking about
Oh my gosh.
you are the VIP. You are.
We worked so hard on this.
MVP of the team.
Thank you.
Because again, we did not have, for anybody who's just joined, we did not have a lot of money for
much
to build a lot of sets for much in general.
Yeah.
Just in general, a lot of it just went to food, to feed people, to show up.
That's true.
And so that meant that we relied a lot on our makeup and our costumes.
Yeah, and
really and to set the tone of the world.
We worked real hard, that's for sure, with very little, but you know, I had a great crew. Every episode had amazing people helping us.
Yeah.
And we just did what we could, you know. At one point it was me and one other person popping out 6 aliens in what, 2.5 hours?
Yeah, something insane.
Something like that. Because we had to get in and out.
Yeah.
And when you have,
we didn't have a long time, we weren't able to be on set for a long time.
Yeah. And when you have those constraints, you just got to get it done, especially if you love what you're doing, which we did, thank God.
Right. This was so fun. This was fun looking back at, to just see the process of these first tests, figuring out what the saturation is, and then seeing what it got to in the end. And it's so beautiful.
Yeah, we worked really hard with especially these characters, because I came in after the fact, right? The script had already been written. The characters were already fully fledged, right?
Right.
And I got to work with Stephanie, who was Sumva, who wrote Sumva. I got to work with you, who made Sansari, who is Sansari, who made all your costuming, who made all your villains, and having to get into that mindset after the fact really pushed the makeup team, pushed myself to get the feel of your character pretty quick. And thankfully we were able to fall on the same page and know who each character was and be able to develop them and in such a good way that we're able to reproduce for our episodes in a very short amount of time. It wasn't like we had months of pre-production. This was a couple meetings and we had to go. We needed to know who we were doing.
Yeah. Yeah. The schedule I set was pretty insane, but I have to thank everybody for just going along with me. I was like, we're just shooting.
It worked.
We're shooting a 5-page script every month, guys. That's what we're doing.
We did it. We did do it.
We did do it. We did. And let's look at, so I pulled some of these sketches. I found pictures of the sketches. You and Stephanie really, I kind of already had designed Sansari, but that's because Sansari was a character that I played in college in a role-playing game. And so I had already decided kind of what she looked like, but I needed your help to make her look cool. We'll get into that. But I wanted to start with Sumva because Sumva was really your design, yours and Stephanie's.
Sumva was where we started. Getting on to Seize&Deliver, which was a great story. One of our tech crew asked me on another set, "Hey, you like Star Wars?" And I was like, "Yeah, love Star Wars. Great. I'm working on a web series. You want to join?" I'm like, "Sure, why not?" I think 3 days later, I had met with you just through a call. And then 2 days after that, I was sitting in a Starbucks with Stephanie trying to figure out who Sumva was. And we went through a lot of design for her because her character is really meaningful. From her face tattoos to her costume to her way of living and why she's in a bounty hunters guild. It was really, really specific. And we really wanted to make that seen and understood, which I think we succeeded once we watch all the episodes back. So her culture was really, really important. Her color scheme was really important. Her ability to move, what her tattoos meant and where they were was really, really important. And Stephanie and I really had a long time of just going back and forth of who is she and why is she doing what she's doing? And how can we portray that through, her costume, through her makeup in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I just realized if I don't add myself to the stream, then you can't hear me talk. But that's cool. That's awesome. So that was a lot of fun. Let's see what I've got next on here. This was Sansri.
That was Sansri. That was for her headpiece, which was a communicator as well.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up making that.
We talked about that she had like admirers around the galaxy who gave her stuff, and she didn't care about any of them, but she was happy to take the cash. She's all about the cash.
She was, and the bling.
And the bling.
I think she was the one who had the most costume changes, I think. Most accessories, for sure.
Yeah.
But the communicator was cool, especially trying to make that. I think we didn't have too much crafting supplies. We ended up making it out of, I think, foam and warbler.
Yeah.
The brooch that we had lying around. And being able to stick it to your headpiece and being able to take it off and on was such a
interesting challenge.
That was a challenge. We were able to do it in the end, and it worked.
Yeah.
And that was for her courtesan outfit on the side.
Yes. So this was a fun thing. These are a couple of inspirations in here. This one at the top, that's definitely the color scheme we were going for. She was meant to have kind of a mottled pink pattern on her head tails that looks similar to like an orchid. I always wanted that, but it didn't. I ran out of time making it, and then the head tails, when we got them, came out lighter than we expected. So again, we ended up using a lot of white.
Yeah, much lighter, but that was a custom mixed paint anyway.
Yeah.
So Sansri always looked.
That took us such a long time to get right.
Oh God, that took a long, long time. It worked out in the end. It did.
It did. Hey, Scrappier. I see you over there, Jason. How are you? Hello. If you go to the Facebook Live, you can see Paulina and you can see what we're talking about. If you're just watching me on Instagram, then you just get to look over my shoulder. So sorry. It's just how it is. So yeah, and when we did finally get the makeup right, that was a moment.
It was. We were so excited. I was so excited. And it was later on in the day too. I think it was after 3 different trials, different color mixes. But she did come out.
She did come out. And we meant for her to kind of look like more of a gunslinger. This is her incognito. She does a little bit of
costume changes.
She does a lot of costume changes because she changes into different things depending on where she's going to go, and she uses this charisma. The very first time we see her, she's in all black and the face is painted black. Let me go. I've got that on here so that she could hide in the shadow. It's all the way back at the beginning, all the way back here. Oh. There it is in the corner. There it is. So that was interesting. And then I had to wash the black off and turn into purple. But look at how well I just turned into a shadow over there. That was the whole idea. But then when we got into Call Me Your Baby, there's a couple people that commented that this costume does not look very good on the purple skin. But that was the point. We wanted it to look like these are not her clothes.
Yeah, and especially in Call Me Your Baby, she's trying to blend in with all these other courtesans at the space bar at the end of the galaxy. There's another courtesan there. That wasn't her regular clothing.
No.
Which I think she preferred, actually.
Yeah, she preferred to not be in that. One of my favorite things about this costume, hold on, I'll come back to it, is because it's funny to me looking at it, is the shorts underneath.
Yes.
Because we were like, this is her clothes. The black thing underneath, that's hers.
That's hers. The belt was also hers.
Yeah, the belt was also hers. Oh, because there was a hidden knife in that belt.
Yes. That was a good hidden knife. That one lasted too.
Mm-hmm.
That was.
If you look at the top,
thinking.
That's that medallion.
The communicator.
The communicator. Started out as a jewelry piece and got turned into a communicator. Because she's really, she's saving her money to buy her mom out of slavery, which is not possible, but she thinks so. There's another one. We didn't really look at this one. These are some cool ones. This spacesuit was a challenge.
That was a challenge. That was us working with just 3 milliliter foam on top of a bodysuit.
Yeah.
And then spray painting it, weathering it.
Yeah.
The space helmet
didn't
was very
stick
difficult.
the way that we thought it was going to stick. The helmet is amazing. So you made that hood part.
Yeah.
And over a
welding mask.
Yeah.
And it worked because we did have to simulate having the head tails in it. You didn't actually have them. Or no, I think you did, didn't you?
You did.
We had to put the head tails through it.
Yeah.
Which gives it its movement. So that's really cool when you see it played back.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. How do you make a spacesuit for somebody with head tails?
That you could still breathe and not fog up the glass.
Oh yeah, that was a thing. Oh, I forgot about that. So the first time we made this,
it fogged up so bad, and then we were thinking, maybe
if we
almost fans. If we put fans in the back, it'll work. I don't think we even.
And we made it airtight, and I put it on, and I was like, could not fog up the glass. And also could not breathe.
Oh gosh, it didn't work out in the end. There was
it did totally work out, which is not on you. That's on me. Like I came up with some crazy ideas, and you were very good for just going along with me. And then Pip, you took over the design of Pip.
I did, especially since we wanted her young. And Marissa was cast before. So we casted her and then decided how we're going to.
She was always intended to be young. I mean, in an ideal world, I would have had my niece play her, but my niece at the time was like 10. So, and it didn't, like, that wasn't going to work.
No, and Marissa was fantastic. She was great in the role. But coming up with her character was very much. We have a synopsis, we have a character breakdown, and we have an actress. How's that going to work? And it worked out pretty well. She was a junk rat for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the thing about her that was so fun. So we found cool pieces from. I think you had that cool knit shirt.
Yeah, we had a few of those knit shirts in different colors, and so throughout the episodes it's the same shirt but just a different colorway, which can harken back to her own place of origin. And her braids are twin French braids to simulate Sansary's head tails, but she's too cool.
She's too cool. And that's one of the things that we talked about. We wanted her to be this feisty teenager, to have that youthfulness, but she is a junk rat. She's had to survive on her own for a long time. Now she has somebody kind of looking out for her, but Sansari had a similar childhood where she had to be on her own. So that's where you see that kind of like camaraderie, but we wanted them to play like sisters that get on each other's nerves and love each other, but sort of hate each other at the same time.
Yeah. And I think chemistry on set was fantastic. I don't think another actress could have. Yeah, I don't think another actress would have worked the stages we were at. You guys had great chemistry. You guys worked off each other very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially for this episode. This was fun.
Yeah. I felt really protective of her. It never occurred to me until right now, but I did feel pretty protective. We talked about that too, that it was like nobody's allowed to touch her. If she needs to be slapped, I'll slap her, but you better not. I'll kill you.
And I think she has the same feeling towards Sansui, especially in this episode. She really pulls through. I won't spoil anything, but she really is the MVP of this episode, I think.
Totally. This was
Great
a lot of
costuming.
fun this episode.
This was a great set to be on. Kayla Fessinger was my assistant for this. And she really took off on, well, let's add some color to our villain. Let's add some extra color to your eyebrows. She really helped get those eyebrows down because we had to block out your eyebrows. Whitening them out was her idea. That was Kayla. She was the one who really got the eyebrows set, which was a hassle.
Yeah, that was a hassle. Sorry. I talked about this when Jansen was on. We were just laughing again over that he chose an alien to play that has a lot of hair, and I chose one that's hairless, and he's hairless and I have hair everywhere. And we were like, why did we do this?
Junari was a fun character, and that was a lot getting Junari, Jansen's character, to life. Even just finding that prosthetic was very, very difficult.
Yeah, there were several different ones that we looked at. We talked about how you made that wig.
Yeah, that was all made using one of your old wigs. I think it must have been like a Ariel wig.
It was
that
a
I dreaded. Poison ivy. Which I dreaded and added yarn and extra dreads to, which we fit to him. I think he still has it, which is good. That is his own custom wig piece.
He does, or I have it.
Someone has
I might have it. Somebody has it. It exists.
It exists. And his piece was a bot piece, his face piece. But the cool thing was, since it was a foam piece, we could color it however we wanted with most makeup. So we were able to blend it really nice, give him, that's like stage one. Makeup always looks terrible the first stages. So we color matched it there, and then we turned his.
It doesn't look like that before it's on his face and before she starts painting it. It looks white.
Yeah, it's white, and then that was color matching to skin. Then we turned everything gold tone, and added gold lip. We added extra creases. I think a scar, black to it, white to it, fake hair that was painted on. It was a great costume. And I think going back, that picture in the corner, I think that was one of the first pictures that I took on that set. And I was so excited because he looked like a video game character.
Yeah.
He looked straight out of a comic book. I was so excited with him.
Hey, Zach, if you're joining me live right now, you're kind of peeking over my shoulder, but right now I'm on with the wonderful Paulina. So I just popped on live here, which I know then you can't really see Paulina, but definitely want to encourage you guys. We're wrapping this thing up and we're going through these really awesome makeups that were so fun. I do have to say, like Sansui kind of evolved the character I got to play. I'm just so grateful to you for doing that. But she evolved over time. We kept playing with different lip tones, and she's just fancy.
She was fancy. She was great to work on. A lot of the characters in season
outside. This was a hard day.
That day was 146 degrees out. Our camera started to melt. Our Wolfman started to melt. I think we lost power.
It was like the hottest day ever. It was insane.
It was.
Everything melted. We had to get ice packs. I ran to the store to get ice cream bars for people so they could cool off.
We had an
actress. Yeah, we had an actress not show up, so I'm in the background of this one because I was like, okay, we got to go. We got nothing. So we need a body. I'm here. Let's go.
So that one was good. But yeah, our Wolfman completely fell apart. His teeth didn't stay in.
No. Poor guy.
Because we decided to use the wax technique. He couldn't hold them in his teeth with the plastimelts, which should have locked them in, but we couldn't get that to work with him, so we had to use the wax. Wax didn't last, but he came out pretty cool. His coloring is still fantastic. I've seen the rough edit of this, and he looks good.
He looks good even in close-ups, even with everything. Yeah. There were a couple of things where I could see the edge of the nose and stuff lifting because of the heat, but I was able to mask it mostly because the prosthetic matched his skin tone already.
Yeah, thank God. We just had to color in the nose and a few other places, but getting such a prosthetic was really, really beneficial.
Yeah, we were lucky for that. Oh, this is my own personal plug. This is a repaint of some toys that
was a great repaint.
Looks amazing. Thank you. I don't have the picture here of Zack doing the crazy thing with the nest.
The goo. Every single person on that set screamed at the same time.
It was
we
so
waited
gross.
For cut.
I know.
Yeah, we waited for cut.
Everyone and like stuck in their breath, and as soon as they went cut, everyone
which is something to wait for when we see the episode.
Cut, actually, I think I said it in the cut, but it was fine because my character was supposed to react to it anyway, so I was able to use it.
You were on set. You were in screen. Everyone else was screaming in the background. Well, when we watch Man on the Moon, everyone, that's going to be the scene to wait for.
That is going to be this. Oh, there's
Junari. Fantastic.
And there's the Brack.
The Brack was great. Those horns on him and on Jessica's character.
Yeah.
Were really, really difficult to do. His were custom by Pedro. Pedro made those custom for him. Hers we bought, but then we had to sew them into her blue wig.
Yeah.
Which was very difficult, but we got it.
And then when you're putting them into someone's hair.
Yeah.
That's a whole thing. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Nix's.
Nix's first design, which was based off of the script and based off of the primary director, was very, very different than what we ended up with.
Yeah.
Nix's was supposed to be really, really clean cut character, white collar crime, cyber crime. And then we ended up with this demon-like, scary monster under the bed type character.
Yeah.
And I don't know who was like, this is what we got to go through, but finding prosthetic pieces to work for that
was a challenge.
Whole other thing. Yeah, and color matching him.
No, I cheaped out on that, and that was my fault. I did not know that we needed a new set of prosthetics every day, so I was like, "Oh, we just keep using these, right?" And you were like,
"No,
Sure.
That was a rough set. That was, I think, our funds were really low. Everyone ran out of everything. We ran out of purple for you.
We did run out of purple, but
I had an eyeshadow. I think we covered you half an eyeshadow that worked, but it pulled through. It came out really good. Nix's looks
part of it is rolling
really
with
great.
And that is not on you at all. That's a lot on me as like a first-time producer and not knowing what I needed to get you.
No, but it worked out in the end. Oh, that's him back there.
There he is.
It worked out. His hair was some old wig punching hair that I had left over that we just glued on top of his head.
Mm-hmm.
But it came out really, really well. And I think that struggle, this was our first main shoot, a full-fledged shoot.
Yeah.
And it really showed how we were able to pull it together so quickly. And, we worked pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
I enjoyed it a lot. Well, let's look at this one because this is one. Oops. This one. This was one.
This was my design from start to finish.
Yeah.
And here was also supposed to be completely different. So his wound, the only instruction I had was on its face from a lightsaber.
Mm-hmm.
Big and gross. I'm like, awesome. And that's just, I think that was the test makeup. All that white was latex, which dried up to be his
So that
skin
was
tone.
before you finished painting over the top. That's like stage 1 of applying this.
And he also ended up having, I don't know if we have a good picture of it, but he has he has keloid scars all throughout his face and cheek and up onto the forehead. And the idea from that was, because it's a lightsaber, it cauterizes. It doesn't go straight through his head. It was just glanced off his face. So what we have is a cauterized wound with bone peeking out. And the infection is what caused the keloided scars coming off into the face, right? The excess burn that would be from the heat. And that was a great paint. That one I sculpted at home, sculpted on a flat board, poured silicone over it, made it with latex. I still have the mold, so if we ever need more Kier, we got him. And that's, I see that was, you could see it sort of, that little blue thing on that second page.
Oh yeah, you can see it there.
Yeah, but it was so great. I love this makeup. And working with Josh was awesome. Working with that crew was awesome. That was such a great set. His makeup was really fun to do. He changed attitude completely when we put that makeup on him.
He'd like fall asleep and wake up as Kier.
He would fall asleep in the middle of makeup and wake up as this terrible bounty hunter who was just ready for blood and making the money. He was fantastic. Again, that was a great sculpt. And I enjoyed it a lot because I got to really think of it. Really develop that character by myself. That was
This is Nixus. I thought I had more, so maybe I don't know.
Yeah, that's Nixus right before we put the prosthesis on him.
I do like this picture though, because you can see the care that you have for everyone. You brought such a high level of excellence. It's something that like everyone has commented on today. On this whole thing is just how excellent our whole team is, but a lot of that comes from you, and we've talked about this in terms of like there's something that's kind of ingrained in you in theater where you learn that how you do it. One thing is how you do everything. We do everything excellent. It doesn't matter if it's a high school production, community theater, or Broadway. We approach it the same, and we kind of have that attitude coming in. You have, this will be fun. Oh, we're past our time, but this will be fun before we end. Tell everybody Paulina's rules for makeup.
All right. Oh God, it's been a while. No one blows on your face. If someone blows on your face immediately, that's not good. If makeup tells you a time, they'll be there on time. Please don't bother us beforehand. If you have questions, check the clipboard, then talk to head of makeup. No one leaves before makeup sees you to go to set. No one leaves set without makeup seeing us to take all the makeup off. And if there's any issue, let us know so we can fix it, right? I think that was mainly what we did. I don't remember if there was any other specific ones, but it was very much, let us do our work, and you're going to get the best work from us. And I think we did. We had some great work and enjoyed it a lot. We really pulled through every single one of those characters. I was happy with when we put them on screen. Every single one of them.
And I don't know if Kayla got any credit for her schoolwork for her makeup, but I know she did for making the spider.
Yeah, she 3D designed those spiders, which was amazing as well.
And I think they're creepy and gross, and you think they're adorable, and that's fine.
I love spiders, but we also gave you a frog. I painted a frog for you. I did that. So we had a great frog on scene. We had some great spiders.
We had some great cool taxidermy going on.
We did. That was a great taxidermy. Would that be considered makeup or props? Both.
Props. I pulled you in for props a whole bunch. I
Yeah,
pulled you in for like my lifeline for like everything.
But it was good. We had such a great time and everything really worked out. Yeah. Seize&Deliver was such a great opportunity to work on for something that we loved, which I think everyone who was involved really has to love our work.
Yeah.
And we came out with some great stuff. I think
we didn't keep really anybody around who was not really interested or excited to be there. It was very like, if you're not excited to be here, it's totally fine, but there's, don't be here then.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
We did really well, I think. We did really well.
We did really well.
All our costumes came out, all our makeups were good. The sets were fantastic. We had a great group of directors and actors and other makeup artists. And the art department was fantastic. And really, we pulled through. We came out with some great episodes that I can't wait to see the finish of.
Me too.
I can't wait to see all of them.
So we'll close with that. I just want to say thank you again for joining us, and we'll close with
thank you for having me.
We have just a little bit left to finish in terms of the music, which we just talked about with Ken, and the sound design, and because it does make a huge difference. Everything plays together 100%, and in helping the audience to suspend their disbelief and really believe what they're seeing and hearing and feeling like you're inside of that world and that environment. And we just have that little tiny bit left, and then we can release it, which we really want to do. So if you haven't already, go to hourglass24.com. You can check out Let's Finish Seize&Deliver, and you can make a donation there. And then I will figure out how, because I'm sure there is a way to save this and repost this video. I'm sure it records. I hope. Anyway, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. All right. Bye. That's it. That's it for everybody at Seize&Deliver. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining, donating, being a part. Have a great day.